Labvakar visiem. Mēs varam sākt ar lekcijas. Es varbūt pārslēgšu angļu valoda, lai arī viesi saprot, ko es saku. So, welcome everybody. We can start with the lectures. And the first lecture of tonight will be given by Audrijs Ambrasas from Lithuania. His office is also called Audrijs Ambrasas Architecture, and he will give a lecture with the title Architecture as a Puzzle. So welcome Audrijs on the stage.
It's okay. Labvakar. It's a great pleasure to take part in that event and starting warming up you before the award ceremony. My short lecture will be in 3 parts. For the starter, I'll introduce you in some of our selected works. Our studio, the main dishes will be few competition entries. That is most sustainable architecture because it will be never realized. And to the dessert, it's what small project that is under construction. Selected works, it's last maybe 15 years. It's in Vilnius at bank office with big public space like a terrace. Another business center in Vilnius, Baltic Hertz it's named. One project in Rīgā. One headquarters for the company who work in agriculture field. It's near the Kaunas. Conversion of former industrial quarter in Vilnius for the offices, commercial spaces and food market. Also small building near the river in Vilnius. It's like a creative industry center. Also dwellings in Vilnius, in old district named žūrijas, inserted in historical surrounding. Sometimes we do also villas. One villa show our values that we try to connect inside, outside, and that new building will be like a part of the nature. The last our project realized it's in Ventspils. But it's a bit boring to talk about realized projects always. Maybe I present some few competition entries that we personally, our studio, like it. In why architects take part in competitions? It is maybe several purposes. One, of course, you want to be commissioned for that project, but also it is like a training, like an exercises for architects. And also it is purpose sometimes that you can make like alternate project, or you disagree, for example, with the competition tasks or conditions, and you have an idea, for example, to solve that puzzle in a different way. One competition we take part in Finland, in Tampere. It is Sara Hilden Art Museum competition. It was the plot is near the former factory, near the river with rapids, and near the park. It was, I don't remember exact, around 400 entries. That is one of that kind that is taking part in competition more like a sport, like a exercising. Our idea was very simple. We have like a brick. It is the program that client asked. They recommended it do everything over the ground, not use underground. And near it is the rapids, the water, and we do like a brickstone, our building polished by the water, that it inserted near the park, near the very rectangular and big boring surrounding buildings. It's like a big elephant comes with red bricks, soft surfaces, and the connection through that building to the park. And here you see the entrance, stairs up, cafeteria, and all premises that need for the museum that the client asked. And the plan looks like a little bit like a submarine. Also, the section is soft. We do all the program here, and on the top it is universal hall for changeable exhibitions. From one part it is for visitors, another vertical connection is for maintenance and installing exhibitions. Here you see because the limitation about the height was no, and we do all that program here, and maybe do the cupola like a maybe new landmark for the city, but of course they don't need that. The space of the changeable exhibitions, and we want that new building comes from the surrounding, growing up, all surrounding, all factory, it is from red bricks, and we try to, in that soft manner, create our building. And it also looks like a part of the nature between the trees and forming the new silhouette of Tampere. Another competition we presented, this situation is in Vilnius. A few years ago, not maybe more than a few years ago, was competition for the new concert hall in Vilnius. The place where was decided to build new concert hall, it is in that place where in 1955 year was built a house for culture of trade union. They have a hall for 1,000 people. And it's a typical project. I don't remember exact from which Soviet country, but they put on the top of the hill. That hill was a bit higher, and there was former cemetery. You know, they make a floating kit and put that building. And now it's demolished that building. And the task competition was to build exact here. The plot was here. You must build new concert hall here, and like always, new concert hall on the hill. It's like new landmark with that, how it's named, wow effect. But we know and feel that place, of course, very well. Our studio is near and we're walking through every day. And that building on the top, in our opinion, maybe not the best thing is. And we suggest build new concert hall, not on the top of the hill, but like a part of the hill. That the main entrance will be near the city, that city spaces connect and prolong to inside. We put here the main hall, a smaller hall, that cafeteria, and that for museum, and that you easy to reach that building, not on the top where to go because city center is here. Easy to reach and easy to connect with the hill, with the nature. And also near that building can be stairs that connect upper city with city center, which is down. And that was an idea to open all this top of the hill for like a park, that people can spend time here, because from that it is a good views to the city. Here you can spend and view to that. You have that panorama not from the foyer of the new concert hall, but every day from the ground, and the building connection with the building is a terrace that you can go around that building. And we suggest that new landmark will be only the green trees, not new nice building maybe. But of course it's only our opinion that we, as I say, we tested our ideas and do what we want, like a manifesto. Another competition is also in Vilnius, near that hill. It is the municipal polyclinic. That part of the building, that part is built in 1990s around, and this newest part is 1987, and that built in according to plans to widening that street, you see, that perimeter. And in Soviet time was planned to demolish that building. That building will be bigger maybe next, and also demolish this, and near the here's a border approximately of old city. Near the old city make a white street, but anyway it's not happening. And now you see standing one building near the street line, another up, and together they looks a bit strange. And the competition was that to see the possibility in that plot to build extension of the polyclinic. We thinking about how to deal with that different positions of the buildings, and we start maybe put the program in the same line like that newest part of the polyclinic, and put approximately the program, and notice that the height for that street, in our opinion, is too big. And of course, it's a bit strange you know, together all that buildings. It's like 3 different buildings, and we try to connect up, and of course add additional premises there, and that was view of that. That was strange that we won that competition, but anyway, later municipality decided that they have no money at all for that, and they canceled everything. But anyway, we suggest like that solution on here on the connections. We designed also the premises. They connected with the older part of clinic. Yes, and our idea was to create the complex for all these different buildings to connect to one complex. Next also competition, it's around here, not far. Situation is that building, it's built 1957. It's also typical school project. In Vilnius, there's several built like that in that time. What is interesting that here shown the pedestrian path that people use, and it's popular. Now it is then refurbishment of that all green area. It was the point where the historically was that how to say, drills and water comes to old city from here. And also it is the pedestrian flows here, and you see that Stalinistic building stands on, and that building was sold for private investor, and private investor decided to do here change the thing. They make the flats. You know that to make flats in school building, it's not easy. Wide corridors, wide these distances, and anyway, this building standing, you know, it is a slope, but it's standing like on the table with entrance with the stairs, and we think how to solve that puzzle, that to make human entrance, how maybe to integrate more that building in surroundings in the city, that this, you know, bombastic Stalinistic entrance where you cannot reach, easy to change to the human scale, to cozy places. And we cut that building. We connect this pedestrian path, and also solve that problem. Here we create entrances to the flats, and first ground floor it is possible to use for cafeterias, and on the access of that street, you can cross that building and connect to the green areas. But we try to keep the architecture of that Stalinistic building, add some windows that it's neat, but in same style, balconies. And what we do in another side, we add 2 volumes, terrace volumes, and that part where we cut from there, we add to this addition, and this good flats with terrace, with views to the panoramas. Another goal that it helps us that that middle part of that building, it's difficult to use, or you must add maybe additional staircase here, because now we use the existing staircases and we really have 2 blocks. And that building like go from the top to the green areas down. It was interesting that the client chose us for next stage for the competition, asked to do some maybe corrections. He maybe liked it, but anyway, it's a bit strange that our city architects say that maybe that this decision not good for that function. That if it will be public building, it will be maybe better for the living. It's maybe not. And the client say, okay, it's a very nice project, but no, we will do a regular project. As I told for the last show, one project that is now under construction. It's also in Vilnius. Vilnius Urban Fabric, it's, in its a lot of places where it's unfinished. You see the perimetrical buildings near the riverfront, but the part is unfinished. You see the directions of former maybe streets, smaller streets, and there it is. In that place, it is 2 plots, 2 owners, and if all the time in all city planning documents was idea that that part must be built, and all this riverfront must be finished like a perimeter. And we was commissioned to make project for that plot, and we make a project approximately the same scale like near. For that plot was competition, chosen project, and also prepare a project approximately in that scale. And that happened at a strange situation that active society who fighting for, heritage values, that to keep heritage, and they, from that society appeared opinion that it's not good to build here buildings, that one of the Vilnius historical center value is that multi-layering, that you see different layers, you can see the former structures, panoramas, and it's strange that that opinion later go to the law, and from that point it's fixed a new point from where you must check all buildings, and from that point you must that panoramas is valuable and you must keep it. And that was the question, what to do, how to build the perimeter, how to keep panoramas. That client asked the court what to do, and they was fight with the lawyers. Our client asked maybe we can find solution, maybe change the project, that it's not necessary to fighting with heritage authorities. Because anyway, the heritage, enthusiasts say that, okay, you can build, but maybe 2-story buildings here. But architects say, but it's strange in that 4 or 5 stories perimeter built 2-story building. Late in discussions, we go to the concern that maybe the valuable view is the cathedral tower, that place. And this is lay on our plot. We have a lot of sketches. We're trying to do something, but then we make it in easiest way. We make a respect for that view. And in the same time, I hope that building will be in the same scale like buildings near. And you can see the panoramas, far panoramas. And what we do also, we suggest for the client, he say, okay, it's great additional value for the flats. We create terraces on the roof. One idea was to do flat roof with the terrace, but it's not allowed according to the heritage protection, because in that area all buildings must be with sloping roof. Okay, that we make the slope, and if it will be cabinet, everything good, will be terrace on the roof. If that view from that point important, maybe good view from that terrace to that direction. And what I want to say that our studio motto is that architecture is a puzzle. When architect must deal with a lot of different, requirements, and sometimes that can be solved on out-of-the-box thinking. Not every day, but sometimes happen at, and when it's happening, I like it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Audrius, for this lecture. And the next speaker is the architect Bert Gelling from Belgium. Bert makes maybe a connection between Latvia and Belgium, because he was a teacher at the Rīgā in the past. So he will give a lecture about his works from his office, 1010 AU. So the floor is yours, Bert.
Thank you, Martin. Okay. Thank you so much for having me here. It's an incredible honor to be able to speak in this event. 1010 Architecture Urbanism is a small practice. We are 2 partners and 6 to 8 collaborators. We are located in Brussels, and we are mainly working local. So the majority of our commissions are happening in Brussels and surroundings. So for me, being here, I was questioning before today, like, how can I bring a meaningful contribution to this event and to Riga? Because of course we are 1,500 kilometers away, and during these last 2 days we visited many projects, and we see lots of similarities, but also lots of differences. So I was breaking my head over the question, like, how can I make this lecture, how can I give it a meaning to this event? And actually I would like to start from a quote of the chairman of the jury of Mountain, who wrote in the brief of the award, I quote, "The Latvian Architecture Award aims at promoting the understanding of architecture as a socially, environmentally, and aesthetically conscious practice." I think it's a very strong statement. It's also a very challenging statement. I think it's nothing new, actually. We all know that, but at the same time, we continuously struggle in our practice how to give this a form. How can we apply these values, this moral compass in a way? How can we give it a place in our work? And how can we make it also the driver of the things we do? Because, and then perhaps I'm going to show you some dramatic images in a way also to put things too sharp. What does it mean, this social? And what does it mean, this environmental? What does it mean, this aesthetical? Because we live in a world that is changing at an extremely fast pace. Again, I think this is something you know. We are facing gigantic humanitarian challenges. This is an image from a refugee camp in the north of France, which is luckily not existing anymore, but which is actually showing that the way we imagine our societies, the way we live together, is changing. Our ideas of the small community and the village, as we have seen actually a lot of them, is changing, is dynamic. Humanitarian crisis like refugee camps is perhaps something that is more actual, is very actual actually in Belgium. But I can imagine here that you're facing other humanitarian challenges. I can imagine the aging population, but I also can imagine the shrinking regions, people who are leaving the country, finding their luck somewhere else. And then what do you do here? How do you deal with that? There are environmental challenges. This is also an image from our country, where last year we were actually for the first time confronted with a huge flooding event after a peak rain in a place that we would call our daily living environment. And suddenly this whole environmental issue was not something that happens far away, but happens something that happens also around the corner. Again, this environmental crisis has local variants. I can imagine this is an image of flooding, but in other countries it's about heat, it's about drought, it's about crisis in agriculture, which is all related to this climate change. And again, we know that. Scientists, they are telling it to us all the time. And they have all the data, everything is at hand, and the question is, what do we do? There's a lot of activists who do the same. They try to change our behavior by organizing events on the street that literally interrupt our daily habits. They try to change the way we do things because the world is changing, and so we will have to change. But what is in there for us architects? And this is a question I have actually been breaking my head over for many times. And because we are not scientists, but we're also not activists. So what are we actually? How can we, in our daily practice, and our daily practice is small, is local, we don't have the possibility to enter gigantic projects. How can we anyhow work on this change? And then I got extremely inspired by this quote from a German historian, Philipp Blom, who wrote in this book, The Great World Theater. He writes, the climate crisis is not so much an economic or environmental crisis, but mainly a crisis of imagination. We cannot imagine how to change things, how we can adapt to this changing world. And I think it's an amazing quote because imagination, I think, is one of our big strengths as architects. This is what we're good at. When we are in a building process or a design process, we have to collaborate with many specialists who are very often better in, for instance, in questions related to structure, questions related to soil, questions related to water, etc. But there is something that we can do as architects is to link all this knowledge and to bring it into a story with imagination. And I think history proves that. I just took two images of fantastic projects. The Museum of Contemporary Art of Oscar Niemeyer, a very classic example, of course. But it was, this work shows how architecture can be uplifting, how it can bring people together, how it can bring complete communities, or even countries in this case, around one idea. This is another project, perhaps not so famous, but which is for me also an incredible uplifting imagination. It's actually doesn't exist any longer. It's called the Blur Building by Diller and Scofidio, an American group of architects who installed a kind of a cloud into a lake in Switzerland. And I think it's an amazing way of bringing, literally bringing you to in the clouds and making you feel how it would be if you would be walking in a cloud. So we have this power, we have this potential. What can we do? I'm just going to try to show you, based upon 2 projects that we have been working on the last couple of years, what we can do. How can we deal with these social questions? How can we deal with these environmental issues? And how can we bring aesthetics at play into making spaces for the daily life? The first project is Molenweg Square. Is a project for temporary occupation of a former a railway site in Brussels. And the program of this project is an exterior playground, a meeting place for mainly for youngsters, kids living in the surroundings, who is lacking a lot of playgrounds and spaces to play. To give you an idea, this is where the project is located. It's situated on this side, so we see a very kind of a mix of a piece of city which is very much 19th century, containing lots of big warehouse buildings, and then on the other side of the railway tracks we see a kind of more, slightly more 20th century urban tissue with a park, and then lots of social housing blocks where mainly people live with a certain disadvantaged background, and also a lot of people, majority of people with migration background. In that sense, it's a quite complex piece of city. It's complex in its form, it's complex in its infrastructure. There's lots of things coming together here, and so we see big car streets, railway tracks, metro, tram. There's a lot of traffic on the spot, but also socially it's very complex. Brussels is a city which is tremendously cosmopolitan. There's a lot of nationalities sharing the same space. And this is a challenge. It's not easy. It poses a lot of questions on the level of language, but also on the level of culture and cohabiting the same space. The location, as we found it, was a dump. It was a place which was used for the storage of building materials, but there are plans for this place. Already for a couple of years, the Brussels region is working on a master plan to to transform a part of this former railway yard into a new piece of city with a larger park and a more urban block, a combination of public functions, commercial functions, housing, and eventually also a new museum building that will appear on the corner. But all these plans that take a lot of time. I don't know how long they take here, but in Brussels, this is going to take at least 15 or perhaps even 20 years, if we are optimistic. But at the same time, the needs are there today. The needs for housing are there today. The needs for playing is there today. And this was actually one of the most urgent challenges in this project. How can we make, while waiting for this future to come, how can we already provide a space to play where children with a mainly disadvantaged backgrounds can find a place where they feel safe and where they can, in a way, also receive some social help. So the program was social, but we also wanted to give it architectural ambition. It's not enough just to install a couple of boxes and write down, here's where you can play, here's where you can meet each other. We think that even if you work in a disadvantaged spot like this corner, that we can, and even with low budget, that we should try to be architecturally ambitious. In the competition phase, this was an image that was very important for us. It's a drawing made by Archigram in 1970. It's called The Instant City. And for us, it's a beautiful illustration how urbanity can come and how it can become a very imaginative place, even if it's only temporary. This is a drawing of the competition phase that we entered. It shows a couple of the principles that we wanted to apply. For instance, one of the ambitions was to make a big kind of public square facing the West Station in order to enlarge the very narrow pedestrian spaces that are surrounding the station. It also shows that somewhere on this parcel we wanted to create a cover structure with big arches, in a way referring to the archigram picture, a kind of ephemeric but yet monumental form that can give identity to this place. It also shows closed interior spaces which are constructed by containers, and it shows several types of exterior ludic places, and it also shows the ambition to give a place to the water on the side. This is a collage that somehow wanted to show how how architecture could work or how architecture could be applied in order to bring people together in a space that is covered yet exterior. These are some pictures from the design phase. So in the very beginning of the project, after we won the competition, we gathered with all the organizations who were selected to activate the place, and we developed together with them the project, because we are also very much convinced that architecture should be built together with your clients. Your clients can take many forms. Sometimes it's the person who pays. In this case, it was actually the people who were going to use it, and it was also the children who were going to come and play. And the way we developed the project, so we made a model where all these elements that we had shown in the competition, the arches, the containers, the ludic places, the water program, we kept it, we made it as pieces of model that were loose. So nothing was glued, and everything could be moved, could be multiplied, could change. And we somehow developed the project by talking to each other and by building the model together around the table. These are some pictures of the construction phase, so where we went to buy second-hand sea containers that were customized for use as interior spaces. This was the day of the installation of the containers, and a picture of the planting area in front of the public square that is attached to the station. The day that the arches were installed, which was an amazing moment. And the last part is, we also worked on the question of the water management of the site. So the site was covered with a big concrete plate. The soil under the concrete plate was polluted, so we could not touch this concrete plate. We had to leave it where it was. But with the help of the Brussels Environmental Office, we discovered that on a couple of places we could perforate the concrete plate, and that we could actually start creating a kind of water trajectory where the rainwater harvested on the roofs of the arches could be collected, brought to a collective rainwater tank, and then finally flowing over in a kind of designed river in a way where the rainwater finally can infiltrate into the soil. So the result is today that while waiting for this project to happen, the big master plan to happen, that is, before this concrete plate from the past is turned into a space of community, a space where children can meet in a safe environment, where they can experiment. So because we also try to create an architecture that was present, but also sufficiently absent, in the sense that the level of detailing is rather low, and is in a way also to open up the possibilities and the creativity of the users. They are allowed to adapt it. They are allowed to change things the way they want. Because anyhow, the general form of the arches and the containers is strong enough to survive a lot of temporary adaptations. But it's also a place where, we try to bring the children closer to the environmental questions. So the question of harvesting water, harvesting rainwater, infiltrating it becomes an element of play. So the whole, in a way, the river we carved out of the concrete plate has become a water playground where children can come to play in summer where it's very hot in a ludic way, and yet, yeah, getting in touch with the environmental questions that we are facing. The second project I'm going to talk about is very different. It's a study on urban scale we did together with another agency in Brussels called Follow Architecture. And it was a study assignment commissioned by the Brussels regional government and the Flemish regional government, asking us how can the livable city look like from the water perspective. The area is located in the east of Brussels, so to give you an idea, this is the historical center of Brussels, and then you see lots of, in a way, ring figures, which are mainly traffic-oriented, and the white lines, they are representing the valley areas that are, in a way, structuring the topography of the city. So how can a livable city look like from the water perspective? And the study case we were zooming into was this particular river valley, which is called the Woluwe. As I already was explaining in the beginning, the world is changing. The world is changing very much related to the way we have been building. I think in the last 100 years, we have been building compared to former centuries at an extremely high pace, and this is having a gigantic impact today on our environment. More and more we are confronted to the fact that in this particular area that we are confronted to floodings. Moments of peak rain result into floodings of streets and people placing sandbags to protect their houses. But for the same sake, 2 months later, there is a problem of drought. All this water that we've seen is being pumped away into the rivers, it is being pumped away into the sewage, and actually very little of this water, because of the high degree of impermeabilization of the soil, very little of this water is actually percolating in the soil, which resulting into drought, which results into problems with agriculture, which becomes a problem for the development of the local biodiversity. And the last one is the pollution. The small rivers and brooks we have, in general, they have a very high degree of pollution due to the fact that still some spillover of the sewage is being dumped into the natural rivers, but also due to the high degree of fertilization. Fertilizers, for instance, we use in gardens, in agriculture, which is in a way creating very high acidity levels in the water, which is in a way demolishing a lot of the biodiversity. And all this is related to, it actually starts from an over-engineered system. Let me explain you a little bit about that based upon this drawing. So here, the blue lines, they show the natural river valleys, as they used to be a long time ago. And the black lines, they're showing the sewage system. And you see that, well, you cannot see it very well because the image is not super sharp. But the way we have been dealing with our water in the last decades was very much a technical way. Instead of infiltrating the water in our gardens, using nature in a way as a sponge to store water, enlarging rivers to store the water that we want to keep, we actually have been separating this system, and we have been bringing it to technical solutions. So if you open up a street, for instance, in this area, you will find gigantic, almost cellars in a way, where stormwater can be kept for a couple of days. And also, if you look at the sections of the sewage, they are not anymore like this, but they have become the size of a room. So 2.50 meters wide and 2.50 meters high. It was comfortable for a long time because water was for a long time seen as a problem, and how do you treat the problem? With a technical solution. And the technical solution was enough for a lot of decades until now. because now, due to climate change, actually these technical solutions, they are not sufficient any longer, and they're actually, they're not any longer a solution, but they have become part of the problem. And still, it's very important that we really consciously think about how we should deal with this water. To give you an idea, Belgium is located more or less on this spot in the center of Europe, and then this scale is giving the degree of water scarcity and the risk on the risk of water scarcity in different areas of Europe. And then we see that this part of Belgium is dark red, which means we have the same risk of water scarcity as in the south of Spain or as in Italy, which is funny because people in general think in Belgium it's raining here all the time. How can it be that we have a water problem? But we have a water problem actually because of our over-engineered system. We are bringing everything immediately to the sea, and there goes this source of energy. What we tried to develop in this project was we tried to bring together different types of knowledge and to combine it with imagination into a strategy that links the questions of the healthy water system together with the questions and ambitions of a healthy living environment. And this drawing is in a way showing how we've been selecting in this large river valley, how we have been selecting 5 particular places, samples of city in a way, where we've been looking at it from 2 perspectives. The first perspective was the hydrogeology. So we have been studying, based upon maps that were already made beforehand by scientists, we were studying the hydrogeology, and this map is showing how the landscape can actually be read as places where, which are in general dry, the green spots where, which is called the seasonal wet places, and then the blue spaces are the permanent wet spaces. So we can actually look at the landscape as a place with different gradients of water sensitivity. This is what we in general don't see. It's under our feet. What we see is, what we see as architects in general, is what is the urban form. Also, we have been traveling around here in the country for a couple of days. I've seen a little bit the form and the morphology of the cities and the villages. Belgium is a country which is extremely diverse. It has been urbanized in a very liberal way, and by traveling 500 meters to the left or to the right, you might encounter completely types of urban typologies. And this is a selection of 6 of these typologies that we found in this area. Some are, let's say, the living dreams, which is like villa areas, but we could equally distinguish the big boxes, so places where industries are located, or in between land, which is, for instance, an example of small agricultural parcels, in a way remnants from the past that have been eaten up from the sites by all kinds of residential developments. So we try to look at this landscape from 2 perspectives, the soil, the hydrogeology, and the urban form. And we try to bring it together into projects that would bring back in a way to create new water places for encounter, because this in a way was the driver. This was the dream. This is how this in a way environmental ambitions and urbanistic ambitions can be brought together into a collective dream, an ambition that anyone can feel. So we took our 5 samples, and in a way you can see a little bit how we're building up the drawing. So we took these 5 samples of city, and we started to draw them based upon the hydrogeological maps. So you can distinguish again the permanent wet, the seasonal wet, and the dry areas. And this is an example of one of a particular place on one of the samples. It's located here in the cluster of enterprises that we transformed into a water battery. So it was in a way an enterprise area in the neighborhood of the airport that was somehow abandoned, dealing with quite a bit of water issues. And the way what we try to develop there is an urbanistical framework that combines the environmental questions, so related to storing water, infiltrating water, keep it on its place, and finally spilling it over to the natural river, where we also wanted to make more space for storm water storage, but also combining it with more economic and social questions. For instance, what can you do with this kind of abandoned office buildings that are empty, and for instance, which kind of role can they play in the future city? For instance, one of the possible proposals we made was to make place there for evangelical churches, which are trying to find a place everywhere in the city, but which are in general not very welcomed. And this collage is in a way trying to show what could be the ambition. So how can we transform places like this, monofunctional, fighting water problems, how can we transform into more lively places where the questions of water can actually start to be combined with places of encounter. And the ambition of this project was not to build it right away. It was rather a project that is aiming at inspiring the different governments in order to act, but also to inspire the users and the landowners of this area to act. So what we did is we translated all the ideas we collected on the 5 samples. We collected it in a big grid, which is on the vertical lines you can see is organized according to the morphological, urbanistical forms, the types. And on the horizontal grids, it's organized according to the geomorphology of the soil. And every one of these squares, in a way, is containing a couple of, let's say, a set of strategies that can be applied in order to create this livable city based upon a healthy water system. So the final ambition of this project is not to solve one place, but to create a kind of a framework of strategies that can be applied in this area, but also in 1,000 other neighborhoods here, there, and perhaps even in Riga. Thank you.
Thank you, Bert, for this wonderful lecture. And as the last speaker of this lecture series, we have the city architect of Brussels, Christian Bourret. One of the reasons why I'm very happy to have Christian Bourret in Latvia is because he is used to do competitions, he's used to do well-planned work together with architects, and one of the results is that I have to say that the architecture in general in Belgium has been on a high level at the moment, and maybe that's thanks to the team of Christian, and probably he will also tell a little bit more about that and how he managed to do that.
Thank you. Good evening also from my side. I'm very happy to be here. We have been enjoying 2 wonderful days, traveling through Latvia and discovering only the best of architecture. I will give you a presentation about the work of the bouwmeester, maître architect in Brussels. So it's not so much about projects, it's more about the governance system, the way that we try to stimulate good design, good urban design in Brussels, but also in general in Belgium. I've added some projects, and I want to make a plea for one topic that is very actual in Brussels now, that's adaptive reuse. So, bouwmeester, maître architect, it's something of a young tradition in Belgium. So it's not only in Brussels, it was created in something around 2000 in Flanders and Antwerp, then in Brussels, then also in the French-speaking part of Belgium in Charleroi, even in Ghent, a city of 300,000 inhabitants, so a kind of small or medium-scale city. And the French-speaking government of Wallonia has been promising that they would introduce a bouwmeester within their term. They didn't, so we can hope for the next term. In any case, when there will be a bouwmeester in Wallonia, then Belgium is covered and we are ready for export. What is the bouwmeester maître architect not doing? So in my case, so I'm not the head of the general director of the planning administration. So the bouwmeester is also not responsible for the building permits and also not dealing just with the buildings or the projects of the government of Brussels itself. So it's close to the chief city architect, but it's not exactly the same thing as the chief city architect. I'm also not just a consultant, and I'm surely not a politician. So the bouwmeester is appointed by the government, but in an independent position. And the role is very general. The role is to improve the quality of all urban projects, in this case in Brussels. So it's a hybrid role, because you're working for the government, but in an independent position. So you could say, I'm paid to be critical. So it takes a strong government that dares to appoint a bouwmeester in order to improve the quality of the projects. That also means that the role of the bouwmeester is finding an equilibrium. It's like walking on a rope, because you have to be critical enough. Otherwise, why do you want to be a bouwmeester? But also, if you would do that every day and on every project, and especially in the newspaper all of the time, after a time, they will try to put you aside. And then, in fact, you're losing impact. So it's about finding this balance between being critical and being loyal. From time to time, I'm saying we, because there's a team of something like 15 people working within the administration that are, in fact, the team of the bouwmeester and that are doing, together with me, all of these jobs. And so the bouwmeester is also appointed per term of 5 years. I'm in my second term now. A third term wouldn't be a good idea, so I will stopping at the end of next year, because from time to time you need a new bouwmeester so that new emphases can be made, that new accents can be developed. The appointment procedure is an open call with a commission of external experts and so it's very neutral and correct. What did we do? We have something like 3 pillars: competitions, research by design, and then the most classic thing, design review. So on competitions, I think this is the main tool that the bouwmeester has to improve quality. Competitions is something we use as a word, but perhaps for the specialist among you, it's in fact the term that we use for public procurement procedures. So according to the legislation of public procurement. So it's not a kind of open ideas competition. And in Belgium in general, since something like 10, 20 years, there has been developing quite an interesting culture of competitions. So as Manton was saying, I think this system of competitions in Belgium is partly responsible for the fact that there is a lot of good architects now, that they have got a lot of opportunities. Just to go a bit more in detail, perhaps, what do we consider as a good competition? Because when traveling around and seeing the projects here linked to the prize, to the award, sometimes it also was about how the architect has been designated, about procurement procedures. There seems to be a lot of differences, and not always also very elaborate procedures. Some of them could have been better. So the way that we do it in Belgium, and in the case of Brussels, we don't do it only for public authorities, for public clients, but also for private clients. So we are organizing some competitions with private developers. So in Brussels, we organize something like 50 competitions a year. Every week, a competition. So it's a tool with a lot of impact. First thing is, the program should be clear. The budget should be clear. The budget should be guaranteed. So never a competition that is completely open. Do something on this square. There is always a feasibility study before. There has been tests, what is the maximum density that we want. I think that the question should be clear if you want to be, that the answers are clear. The architect can respond to the brief of the competition in a better way if the brief of the competition is well formulated. The fee of the architect is always fixed. So there is no concurrence, no competition on the fee that the architect is asking. The only criteria for the winning architect is the quality of the project. It's always a two-step process. First step is a public call. All architects can apply with some references, and so you need some projects have been done before. And the second call, then there is a selection of something like 3 or 5 architects, and then the second step is making a design proposal, a competition proposal. For the first step, we really work a lot to have very low access criteria. Many public procurements, in my view, are problematic because, in fact, they want, for instance, if you need to build a swimming pool, they ask that you have been building 5 swimming pools before. That means it's always the same architects. And sometimes in the references, it isn't even checked whether those 5 swimming pools before were good swimming pools. I know some years ago, when we had this kind of old system of competition in Brussels, in fact, that meant, this kind of reference systems meant that you were officially allowed to build a bad swimming pool, the 6th one, but perhaps as bad as the former ones. So in our system now, it's also the quality of reference that is being judged. Are the projects that you've been building, are they interesting? Are they relevant for this job now? Also, we don't ask for turnover, so also small offices have the opportunity. If the project is, for instance, that has to be built in the competition is €1 million, we ask that you have been built, or that you have built already a project of 300,000 or 500,000 euro. So 30 to 50% of the new assignment. In order to enable also young offices to climb up the ladder and to have bigger projects, to open up the market. 3 or 5 candidates go to the next step. The next step is also paid, so you get a kind of payment for making the design proposal. There is always an oral presentation, and the jury is composed of professionals. Normally, no politicians in the jury. As I said, the award criteria, they are focused on quality, so not on the budget, not on the fee of the architect. And so to close, there is a lot of transparency on the jury. So the jury report is published. Also, we try now to convince the clients to publish all of the commissions, all of the submissions, so all of the competition entries are fully published. So there's a lot of debate, open debate, transparent debate on the competitions. That was a long read, but I think it's important. So it's the good competition culture in Belgium, I think, helped a lot, also young offices, to make interesting projects. Some examples. This is perhaps what you think about, an architectural gem, a very beautiful project, a passageway between 2 office buildings of the Belgian Parliament by Office Kersten Geers and David van Zeveren, a very refined object that also, there is a reason for the shape, because as you can see, this side is lower than that side, so you need to make a slope. The slope should be accessible for wheelchair people. If you make it curved in the shape of a circle, you have more length, and so that means that the slope was according to the standards. So the reason, one of the reasons for making the project is very functional at the same time. But there are many other projects, so you will see there are big projects, also small projects. I think it's important in the strategy of improving the quality of a city that you also have attention for small interventions, not just the big strategic projects, but also a multitude of many, many small projects. So this is one, a housing project by Versa, not more than 4 apartments on a corner that was not built and that is finishing up that neighborhood. Or very similar, also in another neighborhood in Brussels, project by Low Architect, on a difficult corner that was empty, the kind of sites that private developers are not interested in, because it's too difficult. You can't make standard apartments. You have to think how to solve it. And so that's an ideal situation for young architects. It's not only about architecture, it's about public space. This is very close to the Palais de Justice in Brussels and next to the railway that is going straight to Brussels. A new public space that also interconnects with the outside space of a social housing block. A new playground in the middle of the city. Very small one. An existing bridge that was going over the park. Very frustrating because you couldn't go down from the bridge to the park. So the competition was about making a new staircase, well, a set of several of these staircases on several spots. Again, an example of how small interventions improve the city life, and also how small interventions deserve good design. Larger ones, these are in construction now. We've been working a lot in Brussels on providing space for manufacturing industry, for small productive companies, where things are being made, businesses. And at the same time, we have a high need for more housing because there has been a demographic growth. In this project, both are combined with here a small business park with space for the lorries and so on, and then partly on top of that, a housing project. And I think the interesting thing is that we've been exploring in many competitions, this is by Bogdan van Broek and DDS, is how to connect both worlds. Instead of cutting them and separating them, how to expose both worlds to each other while guaranteeing the quality of both worlds. Because productive space, productive economy in the city, we shouldn't push it out of the city. We should try to keep it in the city and integrate in the city. And again, it deserves a fine place in the city. It deserves good architecture. 2 more, and then we'll go on. This is a competition on the former slaughterhouse of Brussels, where there are still, and they will remain, a lot of food processing companies. So again, productive economy. They will be on the ground floor, and they have a lot of refrigerators. They need a lot of cooling spaces. There is also a big food market in the area, and in the weekend we need a lot of parking. Therefore, there will be parking on the first floor with a mezzanine level that can be removed once in a better future than when we will need less parking space because there will be less cars. And then the idea was to do something with the roof. And so the owner of the place was very willing to do something with that roof. It's a semi-private owner. And the idea was to make a swimming pool over there, because we don't have open-air swimming pools in Brussels anymore. And Brussels is a very dense city, so you just don't find easily space for an open-air swimming pool. And so there is now a subsidy, and so it will be made. There will be an open-air swimming pool on the roof of the parking, and the parking is on the roof of the food processing industry, and the swimming pool will be heated with the heat losses of the refrigerators of the food processing factory. So it's also, on the level of sustainability, a very interesting project. This kind of complexity of several programs and stacking is typical of Brussels, because we have no other choice. We don't have the land to expand. The city is built up, so we have to look and to search for this kind of new solutions. That was competitions. What we also do is research by design. That means in my team, you have 4 people who make drawings. And that is, making drawings is something that is not happening anymore in the administration. In most cases, the quality of a project, the decision, the political decision on a project or a building permit or a vision for the future, well, they are being discussed with Word documents, with Excel tables, with calculations of square meters, with density and rentability and so on. I think it's important in policy that the drawing, that's our tool as architects, that it is being used to feed the debate. So that means those people in my team, they make drawings, images, maps, and so on, not to have it built by ourselves, but to feed the debate, to show what it means to have 30,000 square meters on a site, to show with the drawing how the future could also be something else, how the project could be an alternative solution. And so that's very helpful. That's really also, I think, our strength as architects and urban planners, imagination, as Bert said, in order to influence the debate. The last part of what we are doing is quite classical, in fact. So there is a design review. It's discussing on the quality of projects. There's one point that is, so in Brussels now, the legislation has been changed, and from now on, all projects above 5,000 square meters should have a design review approval by the bouwmeester. So that means that we have also impact on the private projects. You've understood. I think my job is about, not about power, but about soft power. It's about convincing, influencing, bringing ideas, not about deciding or not about, well, finally deciding, but trying to move people in a better direction. Brussels. As you can see, it's not a cute city. It's not harmonious. It's not Bruges, if you've been there at all, but it's even not something like Vienna. So this hodgepodge of all scales and styles, and these are European buildings, of course, it's the result of very bad urban planning politics in the past, kind of laissez-faire policy. So you could regret, but on the other hand, you have to, we know that it's there and it won't vanish, it won't disappear. So that's why I develop a kind of narrative that says, okay, let's accept it. This is about complexity, and Brussels is complexity, and the future will be complex. So let's embrace the complexity. Let's try to make something out of it. This has also a lot of potential. There is no uniformity. There is no light culture. A lot of things are possible. And moreover, you should know, Brussels is an extremely diverse city. So in my city, so to speak, I am the minority. I am the child of 2 Belgian parents. While in my city, in Brussels, 66% of the inhabitants were not born in Belgium or have one parent that was not born in Belgium. So the majority of the people in Brussels has an immigration background. That's why I think we also should, in Brussels, adapt our idea of the real Brussels guy and so on, because the real Brussels guy is someone who's not from Brussels, who's from elsewhere, and who came to live in this city and who loves this city because they can see that there are a lot of people coming from everywhere. So what we are sharing is the fact that we are not from here. And so that's another narrative that is quite important and that we are really struggling with, and that is not enough, I think, represented in the way that we conceive of architecture and urban planning in Brussels. But then, of course, you understand, in fact, this kind of architectural diversity is in fact a gift. It very much suits us. If the city is diverse in social terms, then it's a good idea that the city would be also diverse in architectural terms. So I think the strength of Brussels and the way why Brussels is attractive for me as a city is exactly this kind of no rules, less rules, full of potential, many things are possible. That's, I think, also the future of many European cities. We are all evolving towards that kind of complexity, and that's something that we should embrace in urban planning. I want to close with one topic. So there are several topics, and I could show you many things about Brussels. But one is very much, we are trying with the Bouwmeester, trying to put a lot of emphasis now to, in fact, to also apply it in regulations and so on, and that's about adaptive reuse. So this is an image by Rotor. Rotor is a collective of architects who, something like 10 years already, put on the agenda that idea that we shouldn't throw away building materials, that we should stop demolishing buildings and just replacing them by a new one, but that we should try to reuse materials and reuse buildings. Sometimes because of aesthetic reasons. So these are people of Rotor helping to demount beautiful marble in order to reuse it. So sometimes it's about the cherry on the cake materials, but it's also for sustainability reasons. Construction sector is, of course, responsible for a lot of CO2 emissions, carbon emissions. So let's try to reduce that by reusing buildings and by stopping to demolish buildings. In fact, it's perhaps something that we have lost. This is an image from the 1930s of a building in Brussels, the Palais de Granvelle, which is a 17th century palace that was demolished for construction works. The new railway had to go through. And then if you could read this, you would see that there is a small board that says façade à vendre, facade to sell. So in those times, early 20th century and at the end of the 19th century, buildings were used, building materials were sold. There was a market developed in order to reuse those materials. Parts of the facade you could buy, but also, for instance, the timber that is being exposed in front was being sold in order to be used elsewhere. I think it's this kind of market, this kind of mechanism that we should try to reactivate again. 3 projects that show it. This is a sociocultural organization, svinīgā, that is housed in several of these buildings. And there is also on the back side, there is a big industrial workshop where they have their new ateliers and workshops. It's a project by Western Rotor. You can see how they reuse. This is a staircase that is coming from elsewhere with a new railing. You get a kind of mix in the architecture of old and new things. But the most interesting thing is this is the back facade, where you have that strange window. This was a breakthrough in the Brussels bureaucracy of building permits. Because the architects, as they were working with reused windows coming from other sites, they didn't know on beforehand which kind of window that they should receive. And so the building permit application was with a dotted line saying, here there will be a window. Not clearly drawing the window exactly in the way as it is now. That was, for the building permit application, administration, really a problem, because they want you to be completely precise. They only accepted it once, because it was competition, because it was a social-cultural organization, and because it was the back facade. So not the front facade. And of course, then the architects made a joke of it, and when they finally received the window, they put it upside down, something that probably would never have got a building permit. But it shows, if we as public authority want that there is more reuse, then it's not just the architects and the contractors who have to change, it's also ourselves, who will have to change. We will have to adapt our usual systems in order to allow more solutions for more sustainability in building projects. Second project is by Aqua. This is a prefab concrete office building from the 1960s that got empty. And there is a huge need of schools. So one school decided, okay, we will use this building and we will try to reorganize it very quickly. We organized the competition. The base was all right because it's using an office building that was empty and abandoned for something new, and especially for a school. But then the architects proposed not just, of course, working in the building, but also reusing all of the partition walls that were in the building and recombining them in order to make new classrooms and adding some other materials in order to make the distinction. So these are the old ones and these are the new ones. So the lesson here is that a lot of reuse starts with inventories, about knowing what is available, that there is a lot of work on that side to be done by the architect. Again, this was a competition, it was a public client. So what is at stake now in Brussels is to try to mainstream this kind of approach. Because in sustainability, it's not about pilot projects, about pioneering projects. This is the minority. It's about having a systemic change, about changing the entire organization of the building industry. And so that's why in Brussels now we will try to integrate this need for reuse of buildings in the new building code. Before, you could just demolish a building and no one was asking you, why do you demolish it? Is it really necessary? We were immediately looking at what is the new building. Is it complying with the building code? In the future building code of Brussels, the rule will be, in general, buildings have to be kept. If you want to demolish it, you have to prove that there are no other solutions. You have to make calculations, carbon analysis, and so on. So I hope that that will have a huge impact on the market. Because this is, as I said in the beginning, changing a city is of course about big projects, but also about having attention for a multitude of small interventions. What I just told you about the building code is also about this. Changing a small rule can have a big difference because it is being repeated for many, many projects. So the next big thing will be probably a lot of small things. Thank you.
Anta? Anta, mēs gaidām.
Jā, es nāku.
Jā. Tu esi nepārspējama.
Nē, es esmu godīga un iespējama. Kaspars, kur deko, dāmas un kungi, aplausus lūdzu. Labvakar, dārgie.
Labvakar, ekscelences, labvakar, godātie arhitekti, labvakar, cienījamā žūrija un labvakar arī Delfija tiešraides skatītāji.
Mēs sveicam jūs arhitektūras nedēļas kulminācijā, svinīgajā apbalvošanas ceremonijā.
Spoža kā saule jūs šim vakaram cauri vedīs Anta Aizupe.
Bet drošu un rūpīgi aprēķinātu ceļu jums rādīs Matīs Budovskis.
Paldies. Paldies. Pēdējo gadu gaitā mēs esam piedzīvojuši daudz negaidītu pavērsienu, kas uzrāda, cik mainīga ir lietu kārtība, ko esam pieraduši uzlūkot kā konstantu.
Jā, NASA jau pirms kāda laiciņa atklājusi, ka Zeme sākusi griezties ātrāk, bet pārsniedzot jebkādas prognozes, mūs pārsteigusi arī Saules aktivitāte.
Gigantiski krustas graudi, virpuļviesuļi, zemestrīces, dabas hormonu vētras sāk kļūt par ikdienu. Politiskas, ģeopolitiskas pārmaiņas un arī karš. Un tas neviļus liek uzdot jautājumu, kas tad īsti paliks pēc mums?
Izdzertas šampaniešu glāzes un austergliemežnīcas.
Anta, es domāju, vispār ne šovakar.
Matīs, es domāju, ka skatoties uz šī gada rekordzemo iesniegto projektu skaita, nekas daudz, un tās pavisam noteikti nebūs privātmājas.
Izcila arhitektūra ir iekļaujoša un funkcionāla.
Izcila arhitektūra ir ambicioza un radoša.
Un pamazām tā kļūst par aizsargājamu sugu. Tāpēc šajā ceremonijā mēs apbalvosim tos, kuri iedziļinās, pēta, analizē un konstruē.
Un mēs svinēsim šovakar, vai ne? Par godu tiem, kuri sapņo, un pats galvenais rada.
Lai ierakstītu šos vārdus sarkanajā grāmatā, jo viņu radītais pavisam noteikti paliks arī pēc mums.
Lai oficiāli atklātu Latvijas Arhitektūras gada balvas ceremoniju, uz skatuves aicinām kultūras ministrijas valsts sekretāri Daci Vilsoni.
Labvakar, godātie arhitekti! Es sveicu jūs šīs nedēļas kulminācijā arhitektūras gada balvā. Šonedēļ svētkus svin arī būvinženieri un apbalvoja lieliskākās būves. Viņi izvēlējās VEF kultūras pili, drošu, sakārtotu vidi. Bet arhitekti ir drosmīgi, katru gadu izvēlās arvien jaunu vietu, kurā dot savu pieskārienu un ievies dzīvē jauno baukultūru un Davosas deklarācijas kvalitāti visās būvēs. Lūk, sveicu jūs ar to un ļoti priecājos par to, ka šajā arhitektūras gada balvā nomināciju vidū ir ļoti daudzas publiskas ēkas un ēkas, kuras saistītas ar kultūru. Dailes teātra priekšlaukums, Rīgas cirks un pat no defekta radīts efekts – Valmieras kurtuve. Es priecājos par to, ka kopīgiem spēkiem un ar jūsu idejām, jūsu harismu mūsu vide kļūst arvien kvalitatīvāka un cilvēkiem patīkamāka. Es ļoti ceru, ka arī šī gada beigās Rīgas filharmonijas metu konkurss kaut kad šajā brīnišķīgajā pasākumā rezultēsies ne tikai ar būvprojektu, bet arī ar celtni. Un es ceru, ka mūsu kopīgie spēki mūsu vidi darīs arvien labāku. Sirsnīgi pateicos Latvijas Arhitektūras Savienībai par ilgstošo darbu mūsu vides uzlabošanā. Un paldies arī starptautiskajai žūrijai, kas ar savu vērīgo aci būs atlasījuši šīs dienas, šī vakara uzvarētājus. Veiksmīgus un priecīgus svētkus!
Paldies!
Nemainīga vērtība balvas kontekstā ir, protams, atlases žūrija, kas arī šogad veikusi godpilno, sarežģīto, bet, kā varējām redzēt Edgara Neilanda vlogos, arī aizraujošo finālistu atlasi.
Atlases žūrijas sastāvā piedalījās arhitekts, žūrijas priekšsēdētājs Mantens Devriens.
Arhitektes Zane, Tetere Šulce, Ilze Ratniece un Anda Kursiša.
Būvinženieris, inženierzinātņu doktors Normunds Tirāns, arborists uzņēmuma Labie koki dibinātājs Edgars Neilands un mākslas kurators Paula Stradiņa medicīnas vēstures muzeja direktors Kaspars Vanaks.
Kā jau ierasts, atlases žūrijas izvirzītie nominanti saņems arhitektūras gada balvas nominantu nozīmītes, bet vēl pirms ķeramies klāt pie šī procesa, es atgādinu, ka šogad lakonisms pateicības runās mēs būsim īpaši pateicīgi par to, jo, kā ir konstatējusi NASA un iepriekš pieminējusi Anta, Zeme ir sākus griezties ātrāk.
Jā. Tātad, lai atskatītos uz žūrijas darba procesu un nosauktu nominantus kategorijā sabiedriskās ēkas, uz skatuves aicinām Andu Kursišu.
Labvakar, dārgie viesi, dārgie kolēģi. Es žūrijā pārstāvu Latvijas Arhitektūras Savienības valdi un strādājot no 2022. Gada manā pārziņā ir prakses un izglītības jautājumi. Un jāsaka, ka šī gada balva ir ļoti precīzs mūsu prakses un izglītības spogulis un tāpat arī mūsu valsts ekonomikas un attieksmes indikators. Pēc ekonomikas ministrijas aplēsēm ēnu ekonomika būvniecības sektorā sasniedz gandrīz 35% un ar vislielāko īpatsvaru privātajā sektorā. Latvijā no 2014. līdz 2021. gadam ir ieguldīti apmēram 4,5 miljārdi Eiropas fondu naudas, no tiem liela daļa infrastruktūrā un būvniecībā. 260 modernizētas ārstniecības iestādes, 5700 mājsaimniecībām uzlabota energoefektivitāte, 62,000 iedzīvotāju pieejama uzlabota izglītības infrastruktūra, 54 atjaunotas un no jauna izveidotas kultūras un dabas mantojuma vietas un tā tālāk. Latvijā ir vidēji gadā apmēram 200 publisku iepirkumu un plus vēl cenu aptājas, kuras mēs nevaram uzskaitīt. Arhitekta loma šajos iepirkumos tiek aprakstīta ar šādiem vārdiem: būvspeciālists, arhitektūras daļas izstrādātājs, projektētājs, projektu vadītājs, ekspertēts, izpildītājs, uzņēmējs, būvkomersants. Tieši un netieši norādot, ka arhitekts tur nav īpaši vajadzīgs, diezgan lielā mērā arī devalvējot arhitektu kā procesa vadītāju, jo pēc mūsu iepirkumu organizētāju uzskatiem būvprojektu var vadīt jebkurš inženieris lielākā mērā. Un neraugoties to, ka arhitekta izglītība ir vienīgā, kas ļauj jēgpilni vadīt būvs radīšanas procesu. Un jāatceramies kādreiz to diskusiju par sviesta un krējuma izstrādājumiem, kuros par izstrādājumiem sauc tādas lietas, kurās īstās un kvalitatīvās sastāvdaļas tiek ar kaut ko aizvietotas, tad, diemžēl, mēs saskaramies ar to, ka publiskajā iepirkumā mēs redzam arhitektūras izstrādājumus. Un to mums, diemžēl, arī žūrijas darbā nācās konstatēt, ka ne viss, kas ir arhitektūra, un izstrādājums nav arhitektūra, un no zemākās cenas iepirkuma nevar iegūt labu arhitektūru, nemaz nerunājot par izcilību. Un kāpēc šogad ir tik maz iesniegto darbu? Parastais iemesls ir gluži saprotams, arhitekti ir paškritiski, un ņemot vērā ekonomikas turbulences un kompromisu radītos jautājumus un sekas, mēs nemaz negribam iesniegt tos darbus, kuros mēs redzam, kad ir šādi kompromisi vai pasūtītājs laimīgs, ka viņš ir objektu vispār nodevs, ka var atvērt ražošanu, var atvērt biroju un cilvēki var strādāt. Bet tie tipiskie iemesli šī gada mazajam skaitam bija tādi, ka netiek iesniegt darbi, kuriem ir objekti, kuros ir neskaidra finanšu izcelsme, gluži saprotami. Un šajos iepriekš uzskaitītajos daudzajos publiskajos iepirkumos netiek radīts nekas tāds, ko varētu dēvēt par labi profesionāli veiktu darbu vai par izcilu arhitektūru. Un gada balvā mēs pielietojām Davosas kvalitātes sistēmas kritērijus. Es visvairāk skatījos uz pārvaldības kritērijiem, kas ir atbildīga vietas pārvalde, procesa organizācija, kvalificēta dalībnieku iesaiste, sabiedrības iesaiste un caurspīdīga lēmumu pieņemšana. Un es diezgan droši un ļoti skaļi iestājos par to, ka mūsu atlasītajiem darbiem ir jābūt godīgiem viscaur, sākot no arhitekta izvēles, līgumslēgšanas procesā, sabiedrības iesaistes procesā un būvniecības procesā un autoru uzraudzībā. Un gribētos cerēt, ka šis godīgums kopā ar ambīcijām ļaus arhitektūras gada balvai un atlasītajiem darbiem ar katru nākamo gadu kļūt arvien spožākiem, jaukākiem un iedvesmojošākiem. Un nobeigumā, pirms mēs ķeramies pie nākamā darbiņa, vakar pēc Janīnas Kursītes lekcijas man likās, ka ir noteikti ar latviešu tautas garamantām jāpadalās. Nu tad tā, kad jaunai ēkai uzceļas pāres, tad uz pakšu gala jānokaun gailis, uz jumta jāuzceļ eglīte. Un pār to jāsviež šņabja pudele. Ja pudele saplīs, tad māja būs laimīga, ja ne, tad nelaimīga. Un šovakar mums būs tie objekti ar tām saplīsušajām pudelēm.
Anda, lūdzu, nosauciet pirmo nominantu.
Projekts, kur ar pozitīvu ironiju tiek runāts par neesošo Mārupas kopējo identitāti, smalki iekļaujoties dotajā vidē. Projektu raksturo profesionāls vieglums, asprātīgi funkcionālie un estētiskie risinājumi, kā arī mazrunīgs maigums, uzliekot augstu dizaina latiņu citiem nozares dalībniekiem. Mācību centrs ar solāro jumtu Mārupē.
Lūdzam pārstāvjus uz skatuves. Man šķiet, jums jāpaliek. Jā, beigās būs teikt.
Uz fotogrāfiju?
Jā, jūs negribējāt kaut ko teikt arī? Nē, laikam. Labi. Tā var būt.
Tad uz fotogrāfiju, jā.
Jā?
Jā. Es pareizi saprotu.
Droši. Nu tad
labi, paldies. Tad lūdzu nosaukt tā nākamo nominantu.
Jā, to aploksnīt vajadzētu. Jā.
Tur aploksnītā ir noslēgums. Šajā kompleksā noteikti ir pamanām inovācija attiecībā uz telpu organizāciju un hierarhiju. Visas skolas aktivitātes izvietotas zem viena jumta ar lielu savienojumu telpu, kas kalpo kā organizators. Spilgts krāsu lietojums un daudz gaismas ēku atšķir no ierastās skolu arhitektūras Latvijā. Ogres valsts ģimnāzija.
Paldies, kolēģi!
Paldies! Un laiks tad nosaukt trešo nominantu.
Dr. Mauriņa klīnika ir veiksmīgs estētiskās medicīnas prakses risinājums. Tas ir stabils, viengabalains, funkcionāls būvapjoms, kur kvalitāti jūtam visos aspektos. Dr. Mauriņa klīnika.
Paldies žūrijai, paldies kolēģiem, paldies pasūtītājiem un Zaigai Gailai īpaši paldies.
Paldies, kopīgs fotomirklis Sašs un jā, droši skatuves, jā. Jā.
Paldies Andai.
Jā.
Paldies nominantiem.
Jā, paldies. Paldies, varat doties? Jā. Nu tad turpināsim. Kategorija procesi. Uz skatuves sagaidām žūrijas pārstāvi Kasparu Vanagu.
Labvakar. Droši vien man ir uzticēts runāt par kategoriju, kura nav ietverošāka kā process. Un, protams, arhitektūra pati par sevi droši vien ir tā dzīves forma, kas ir process, vai tā būtu māja, kas arī uzbūvēta, turpina savu dzīvi, noveco vai zeļ. Savā ziņā var runāt par procesu arī attiecībā uz tiem projektiem, kas iegulst atvilknē vai kas neuzvar, liekot domāt par dzīvi kā cīņu vai karu. Un šis ir dīvains laiks, kad mēs laikam daudz vairāk domājam par šo te procesu un kā tas var būt. Dzīvei mēdz būt segvārdi, kā pieņemsim attīstība, bet tikpat labi par šādu segvārdu var kalpot arī tādi jēdzieni, kā, kur es viņus pierakstīju, palēninājums, sarukšana, arī iršana. Un kas ir interesanti, ka iršana, līdzīgi kā attīstība, ir vienkārši eksistences forma. Šim procesam var arī nebūt gala. Un šajā laikā es domāju, kad pilsētas, kad iedzīvotāji sarūk, kad ir valstis, karām teritorijas šobrīd sarūk, ir jādomā par procesiem kā vienu no būtiskākajiem izdzīvošanas veidiem. Un mums šeit, Austrumeiropā vai Austrumeiropas ziemeļos, viens no tuvākajiem laikam ir fermentācija. Lai tas ir tas galvenais process, kuru mēs svinam šajā laikā, kad mēs izdzīvojam. Un tā tad lūdzu aploksnes.
Paldies!
Privāta iniciatīva, kas pilda publisko informēšanas un izglītošanas funkciju, kuru pašvaldībai būtu noderīgi vairāk integrēt darba procesā. Izglītošana ne tikai veido profesionāļus, bet arī padara arhitekta profesiju un lomu svarīgāku un novirza uzmanību no arhitekta kā tehniskā izpildītāja uz to, kādam tam patiesībā vajadzētu būt – radošas sabiedrības veidotājām. Starptautiskas pilsētplānošanas pasākums Mad City Rīgā 2022 ar nosaukumu Krīze pilsētā.
Sagaidām autorus uz skatuves. Lūdzu, autorus.
Viņi krīzes menedžmentā kaut kur iekšā aizkavējušies.
Tad turpināsim.
Nav, tad turpināsim.
Un otrs labs paraugs tam, kā ar ierobežotu budžetu, bet ieinteresētu pasūtītāju un aizrautīgu arhitektu iespējams iegūt daudzfunkcionālu kultūra telpu, meklējot veidu, kā soli pa solim realizēt ēkā pārvērtības, rodas īpašs dzīves dizains, kurā telpiskās transformācijas iet roku rokā, tas ir viens teikums, ar jaunām scenogrāfiskā lietojuma formām. Valmieras Kurtuve.
Lūdzu, vai vēlaties
ja jūs gribat kaut ko
teikt?
teikt, jūs varat teikt. Ja jūs negribat teikt, tad nē.
Jūs neko negribu teikt. Jā, paldies žūrijai, ka pamanīja Valmierā teātri. Tāda nianses, ka pagājušajā gada 5. oktobrī Valmieras doma pieņēma lēmumu, ka viņi gribētu taisīt teātri Kultūras telpā, bija šajā katlu mājā, un tad pagājis gads, un mēs esam neticami uz šīs skatuves. Katrā ziņā ir diezgan viegli, kad nav birokrātijas jākārto kaut kādi papīri, bet tikmēr var zīmēt, un tas ir pavisam cits process ļoti ātri, un var pievērsties tam galvenajam, kam arhitekts ir domāts kvalitīvas vides un kvalitīvas vides veidošanas priekš cilvēkiem. Paldies teātrim par atbalstu un Valmieras pašvaldībai viennozīmīgi.
Paldies!
Paldies nominantiem, paldies, Kaspar. Bet sagaidīsim Edgaru un Eilantu, kurš nosauks vienīgo nominantu ainavu arhitektūras kategorijā.
Labvakar visiem! Man liels prieks, ka jūs visi arhitekti... Kurš ir arhitekts? Paceļ roku. Kas ir pārējie? Kuri grib no pārējiem būt arhitekti? Paceļ roku. Lūk, pārējie arī grib būt arhitekti. Skaista profesija, un man bija skaists ceļojums kopā ar arhitektiem Busiņā, neticām, un Kasparu, un Normundu. Un patiešām interesants process izbaudīju, un pa lielam zāli pa maz, krūmu nepietiek, un koku vispār nav. Tad paldies. Tā varētu teikt no manas skatu punkta, bet, protams, nav par to stāsts. Viss stāsts, kad ir ļoti skaistas lietas ieraudzīt. Un man arī liels prieks pasniegt vieniem no autoriem, kas man tā liekas darbojās pie, kuri bija pirms tam un skatījās, klausījās kolēģis no Beļģijas, kas stāstīja par nākotni, par Beļģiju, Briseli. Un es dzirdēju vienu satraucošu lietu. Es nezinu, cik ilgi es varu runāt, zem ātri griežās, bet es pastāstīšu. Lielākā daļa nebija vienkārši atnākuši, es jums pastāstīšu, par ko bija lekcija. Tātad, Briselē nav kur būvēt, viss būvē viens otram virsū. Ja stāvvieta, tad jau nav kur likt uzbūvēt uz jumta, un tad nav kur likt baseinu uz stāvvietas uzlikt, un būvējās. Un kāda ir atziņa? Lekcija gara bija. Atziņa ir, nevajag neko jaukt nost. Ja? Mani reāla baža uzreiz ir neko nejauc nost, tātad kur jūs būvēsiet? Ne jau uz jumta, Latvijā tas pa dārgu ir, mēs zinām. Tātad krūmos un kokos atkal kaut kur. Bet vēl jau vairāk man liels prieks pasniegt balvu, jo šāds process jau notiek. Jūs, arhitekti, jau būvējat kaut kur starp kokiem, kaut kur starp krūmiem, un ir arī labi noticis process, kur koki necieš, krūmi turpina augt, un vēl pienāk un atrodās telpa jauniem. Respektīvi, kvalitatīva ārtelpa ar dzīviem augiem tanī Es pasniegšu tulītās aploksni.
Jā, lūdzu.
Aploksni studijā. Tātad bez brillēm mēģināšu izlasīt. Pēc Covida gan arī katram otram tagad optikai baigais biznes. Tātad, Kasparam bija viens teikums, man arī. Pirmais vārds ir vesels teikums, man tā liekas. Visiekļaujošākais no Latvijas Arhitektūras gada balvas konkursa darbiem, trapies man taisni, izdevies iegūt ikdienā lietojamu publisku laukumu. Mums visiem ir izdevies, ja? Pārdomāti uzlabojumi šo publisko telpu ir padarījuši manāmi ērtāku. Ja jūs ejat pa kādu publisku telpu, kur jau ir padarījusi jūs dzīvi ērtāku, jūs jau nojaušat, par ko es runāju. Tur arī rāda bildes, protams, ja? Ja, un aiziet tālāk. Un baudāmāku, komats, pirmais komats, un visiem pieejamu, piemērotu un izmantojamu. Ļoti smalks un iejutīgs darbs. Autori lēnām nākat jau, kas atklājas uzklausot autorus. Labs piemērs metu konkursa īstenošanā. Dailes teātrā priekšlaukums!
Autorus ar aplausiem.
Patiešām super liels prieks, arhitekti, ka jūs spējat arī ainavu arhitektu darbu darīt, ap kokiem ņemties, puķītēm vietu atrast. Un visiem mums cilvēkiem, kuri netiek iekšā jūsu darbos, jūsu ēkās, kuri dzīvo ārā, novērtēt Latvijas arhitektu sniegumu. Paldies par Dailes teātru.
Paldies.
Paldies, brīnišķīga uzruna. Un, te ir vēl daudz cilvēku, kuri ir atbildīgi par šo laukuma rezultātu. Es ļoti negribu kādu aizmirst, bet es gribu sākt ar metu konkursu žūriju. Jūsu drosme, jūs esat līdzatbildīgi. Liels paldies jums! Pēc tam visi iespējamie Rīgas un valsts birokrāti, kas palīdzēja. Es gribu uzsvērt Arta Goldberga no Rīgas, Lāsma Papavreli, kaut kur tu esi. Liels paldies jums! Un tad, kad mēs nonācām līdz būvēšanai, tad ir vēl viens būvnieks, kurš to visu dabūja gatavu. Es ļoti gribu atzīmēt to pieticību un to, teiksim, stabilo mūsu atbalstu. Tā kā ejam un baudam visi kopā. Paldies jums!
Urā, paldies! Paldies, 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 paldies! Zeme griežas, turpināsim.
Jā, tik tiešām paldies par Dailes teātra priekšlaukumu no mums citu teātru aktieriem. Tiešām paldies.
Jā, es saprotu, Matīs, tev kā Nacionālā teātra aktierim skauž. Bet es darbojos kā brīvmāksliniece, un man ir izrādes arī, piemēram, Rīgas cirkā, par to paldies. Bet es domāju, ka līdzīgas sajūtas kā tev, skatoties uz Dailes teātri, pārņem arī tiem farmaceitiem, kuri nestrādā Brīvības ielā 68, bet varbūt katru dienu tiem nākas iet garām, tiem logiem.
Tad mēs esam nokļuvuši pie nākamās kategorijas, kas ir interjers, un uz skatuves aicinām Ilzi Ratnieci.
Labvakar, kolēģi! Man ir liels prieks pasniegt šo atzinību komandai par tās ambiciozitāti, par drosmi savienot šķietami nesavienojamas lietas. Lūdzu, aploksnīti.
Lūdzu, aploksnīti.
Lēmums nepieskarties vecajam ir tas, kas padara šo interjeru īpašu. Reprezentatīva darba vieta laboratorijas tehniķiem, kur detalizēti un uzmanīgi pārdomāts, ko parādīt un ko noslēpt. Zāļu pagatavošanas nodaļa. Lūdzu.
Lūdzu, sagaidām autorus.
Pirmkārt, paldies Saules apteikai par uzticēšanos, paldies žūrijai par novērtējumu un paldies mūtu komandai par ieguldīto darbu.
Paldies!
Bišķiņu papildināšu, ka tas pats, ko arī no iepriekš minētajiem kolēģiem pieminēja, ka tas bija liels komandas darbs. Un liels paldies tiem, kas piedalījās realizācijā, kas ir būvnieki, meistari, kas to visu skrupulozo darbu iznesa ārā. Paldies liels!
Paldies! Pārbūves un mantojuma transformācija, rekonstrukcija vai restaurācija. Nosaukt nominantus aicinām Normundu Tirānu un Zani Teteri Šulci.
Dažus vārdus. Rekonstrukcijā bieži vien mūsu kolēģi, konstruktori mēdz nograut to pasākumu, tāpēc, ka vai izvēlās nepārāk veiksmīgas schēmas, vai arī savāc par daudz slodzes, vai arī vēl kaut kādu konservatīvu pieņēmumu, bet bieži vien arī arhitekti mēdz uzlikt uz tiem vecajiem praulēm nedaudz par daudz. Ja? Bet tā tad lieta ir delikāta. Gribētu tikai teikt, ka šajos objektos tas viss ir bijis vienkārši lieliski. Man liels prieks par to. Sākam. Klēts ēkas pārbūve ir teicams arhitektūras piemērs vietējai kopienai. Procesā konsekventi lietot materiāli, rasti radoši risinājumi un ēkas saglabātā daļa ir skaidri nodalīta no jaunradītās, maksimāli saglabājot un eksponējot senos mūrus. Klēts ēkas pārbūve par turisma mītni.
Lūdzu, sagaidām autorus.
Jāsaka paldies tieši tāpat kā visiem pārējiem, komandai, Agnesei īpaši, pasūtītājiem, kaut kur viņš te mums ir, un, protams, zvejniekiem un jūrai. Paldies!
Paldies! Jā, lūdzu, nosaucim nākamo nominantu.
Labdien, mīļie draugi un kolēģi! Mums ar Andu jau ir tāds vietējais žūrijas jociņš par labajiem un sliktajiem policistiem. Un es no savas puses gribu teikt, ka viss patiesībā ir ļoti brīnišķīgi. Mums ļoti daudzos projektos tiešām gavilēja sirds. Un šis ir viens no tiem. Labs ēku atjaunošanas paraugs, jaunā intervence ar cieņu izmanto bijušā cirka ēkas telpas un materiālus, vēsturiskās telpas papildinot ar jaunu slāni. Šāda pieeja ir godīga pret sabiedrību, vēsturi, ēku, ilgtspējību un sevi. Rīgas cirka vēsturiskās arēnas pārbūve.
Lūdzam, autorus uz skatuves.
Lūdzu, vai kāds vēlas izteikties? Jā, jūs.
Paldies. 4 vārdus. Paldies žūrijai, kas pamanīja cirku Rīgā. Paldies!
Paldies! Un lūdzam nosaukt kategorijas noslēdzošo nominantu.
Un tā kā visekoloģiskākās ēkas ir tās, kas ir jau uzbūvētas, šis ir viens no ilgspējīgākajiem gada būvs objektiem. Izvēlētā forma valoda attaisnojās loģiskā funkcija izvietojumā, savukārt laustā un neregulārā ģeometrija palīdz risināt akustikas jautājumus. Ēka pierāda arī, ka priekšpilsētā un ārpus Rīgas ir vieta arhitektūrai, Mārupas, muzikas un mākslas skolas pārbūve.
Urā!
Nāk. Ar aplausiem sagaidām uz skatuves.
Vakar, paldies žūrijai. Mūsu stāsts ir par pārvērtību, sapņiem, kas piepildās un sadarbošanos. Paldies Mārupas domai, Mārupas mākslas muzikas skolai. Paldies kolēģiem, 2 arhitektu birojiem. Paldies!
Paldies! Tad kopīgs fotomirklis un varat doties. Jā.
Paldies Normundam un Zanai, paldies nominantiem.
Paldies! Paldies!
Tu tur esi?
Es esmu šeit. Jā, es varbūt te. Lai nosauktu noslēdzošās kategorijas komercēkas un ražošanas ēkas nominantus, uz skatuves sagaidīsim žūrijas priekšsēdētāju Mantēnu Devrientu. Ar aplausiem. Aplaucinību.
Paldies, man bija lieliska komanda, mums bija ļoti jauki, un varbūt tieši šitā kategorija bija ļoti interesanti, tāpēc, ka mums bija jābrauc ļoti tālu. Un tas, kas notiek busiņā, to es nestāstīšu, bet tas bija ļoti jauki. Tā kā tajā izpauzās klientu uzticēšanās, arhitektu kompetenci un veiksmīgi modernas ēkas vides risinājumi. Mada arhitekti ir veiksmīgi izmantojuši savu pieredzi un profesionalitāti, lai ievestu jaunas celtniecības prakses koka arhitektūrā. Šis ir mūsdienīgas ēkas paraugs, kas lieliski iekļaujas vides kontekstā. Koka biroja ēka Lizomā.
Lūdzam autorus uz skatuves. Jā, jūs ko teiksiet?
Paldies vēlreiz visiem. Es nezinu, vai man tagad visi jānosauc, bet tas, ko Mantens teica, kad ir tālu jābrauc, tas bija slikti. Mēs nebraucām daudz, bet jo tālāk brauc no Rīgas, jo cilvēki vienkāršāki, būvnieki patstāvīgāki, un mums nemaz tur tik daudz nebija jābūt. Tā kā tas attālumam ir arī ļoti lielas priekšrocības. Paldies!
Paldies! Arvien vairāk interesē, kas notiek tajā busiņā. Nosauksim nākamo nominantu. Jā.
Visi grib zināt, kas tur bija tajā busiņā, bet es nestāstīšu. Pēc tam es pastāstīšu. Pārliecinoši jaunas, ilgtspējīgas arhitektūras piemērs. Ēka telps ir korekts un lietotājām atbilstošs. Projekts izcelās ar skaidru funkcionālo zonējumu un pārdomātam, iekļaujošam koplietošanās telpām. Darba telpas ir mūsdienīgas un transformējamas. Dizains ir pārliecinošs gan iekštelpās, gan eksterjērā. Gustāva biznesa centrā pirmā kārta.
Lūdzam autors uz skatuves.
Paldies liels. Gan jau kā jau visi citi kolēģi minējuši, paldies liels, protams, pasūtītāju kungam un kungiem. Paldies liels kolēģiem, apakšuzņēmējiem. Es domāju, tas bija viens no punktiem, ko novērtēja arī vietējā žūrija par to, ka mūsu komanda, kas izstrādāja projektu, bija tiešām augstvērtīga un tā teikt, mēs pierādījām, ka Latvijā ir vērts projektēt un ir labi zinoši kolēģi. Gribētu pateikt arī paldies īstenībā Latvijas žūrijai, ka tā tādā salīdzinoši garlaicīgā funkcijā kā biroja ēka tomēr saskatīja tādas augstas arhitektūras pievienotās vērtības. Paldies!
Paldies! Kopīgais fotomirklis.
Es arī gribēju pievienot nelielu pateicību, kad liels paldies mūsu iepriekšējiem pasniedzējiem. Godīgi sakot, mūsu komanda vai lielākā daļa no tām ir audzināta mātene. Teiksim, patvērumā un teiksim, tas virziens, ko mēs esam veidojuši, ir ļoti pateicoties arī mūsu pasniedzējiem Mantenam, bet es šeit neesmu redzējis arī Oskaru Redbergu, bet noteikti gribēju arī pateikt, no sirds pateikties arī viņam. Un kopumā, Dāvi, ir ko pievienot? Tad mums izdevās tik augstā ugunsdrošības pakāpes ēkā savienot arī koku pārsegumu, koku virsgaismu. Un ļoti jāpasakās mūsu inženieriem lieliskajam, Normundam Tirānam. Tik atrisināt koku konstrukcijas, saliekmēs dzelzbetons un smuks eksponētās betona fasādes. Paldies!
Paldies! Paldies! Aicinu nominantus atgriezties savās vietās zālē, bet atlases žūrijas pārstāvis aicinu pievienoties Mantenam uz skatuves, jo kas gan būtu dzīve bez pārsteigumiem? Kāda būtu dzīve bez pārsteigumiem?
Mierīga un droša, varbūt.
Nē, paredzama un garlaicīga. Lūdzu.
Draugi, lūdzu. Tātad, ko mēs tur darījām tajā busiņā? Mēs tur daudz runājām, ļoti daudz runājām. Tā kā vietējas žūrijas panākums Latvijas Arhitektūra gada balvai iesniegto darba vērtēšana līdz šim vienmēr bijis iesniegtājiem darbiem atlasīt visvērtīgākos. Tos, kuri pēc tam tiek izvirzīti balvas finālām un nodoti starptautiskās žūrijas vērtējumam. Pirmās atlases procesā mēs daudz diskutējām, tieši tajā busiņā, par iesniegtajām darbiem, par to, kas tos raksturo un kāds varētu būt šī gada balvas vatmotīvs. Mēs apzināmies, ka finalistu izzinošanas plašai sabiedrībai ir iespēja, bet arī atbildība komunicēt tas vērtības, par kurām mēs šobrīd, kā arhitektu kopiena, iestājamies. Rezultātā nonācam pie arhitektūrālajām ambicijām un jautājumu, vai tas iespējams realizēt godīgā praksē. Taču mūsu sarunas izvirzies arī vairāk darbi un to autori, kas mums pašiem vēl nezinot, kāds būs starptautiskās žūrijas spriedums, likas īpašas izcelšanas vērti. Tāpēc šoreiz mēs izlēmām šajā ceremonijā arī no savas puses apsveikt un ar īpašu balvu atzīmēt arhitektu personīgu ieguldījumu ētikas un pret vidi un sabiedrību atbildīgas arhitektūras un pievienotās vērtības radīšanai, jeb godīga ambīciju realizēšanā. Un šī arhitekta biroja ir Good Pattern, Mada un NRA. Tā kā lūdzu, nāciet.
Paldies. Vai kāds ko teiks? Skaļi?
Paldies par uzticību.
Tā, vai kāds vēlas ko teikt? Ja nevēlas, tad var doties.
Jūs neteiksiet neko? Paldies. Visi saka paldies.
Paldies,
sakot,
paldies.
Jā, paldies.
Paldies atlases žūrijas pārstāvjiem, paldies nominantiem. Līdz ar to ceremonijas pirmā trešdaļa ir noslēgusies.
Paga, ko? Pirmā trešdaļa?
Jā.
Šausmas. Nekas tā neatņem svētku sajūtu, kā tik sausi jēdzieni. Par laimi uz skatuves es redzu, ir atgriezies Kaspars Kurdeko. Kaspar, vai tu jūti iedvesmu, ko nospēlēt?
Vai arī tu vienkārši seko scenārijiem un tāpēc precīzi zini, kad tev ir jāspēlē?
Lai nu kā, tu taču šeit neatrastos, ja tu nebūtu apdāvināts ar acīm redzamu un ausīm dzirdamu talantu.
Bet kas būtu talants bez milzīga darba? Nu, tad tam talantam nebūtu pilnīgi nekādas jēgas.
Jā, bet Matīs, lai radītu, ir vajadzīgas ambīcijas un drosme lidot.
Nu, lidot ir skaisti, bet ir jāmāk arī nolaisties.
Bet visu taču nevar iemācīties.
Nevar paļauties tikai uz intuīciju.
Ai, tiešām. Radošums vienmēr tiek novērtēts.
Tiešām.
Labi, klausies.
Klausos.
Anonīma patērētāja viedoklis. Liene, Delfi LV. Brīnišķīga ēka, elegance un atturība.
Tā, Artūrs, TVNet. Viens no fantastiskākajiem objektiem ir sadirsts ar mākslinieciski aptēstiem pamuļķiem.
Dana, skaisti un moderni, patiesas prieks strādāt jaunajā ēkā.
Delfi Sanda. Laikam šodien esmu izkāpusi no gultas ar kreiso kāju, jo man nepatīk.
Arvis, neesmu arhitekts, bet sasodīti glīti.
Raimonds, arhitekti palasiet tautas viedokli. Es saprotu, ka gribas radīt mākslinieciski augstvērtīgu formu, tīrību, bet nevajag to uzspiest. Jā, daudziem patīk šis šķūninga stils, bet atceros, kā projektēju savu māju. Arhitekts ļoti ar 3O uzstājīgi gribēja uzspiest šādu arhitektūru.
TVNet Sanita, brīnišķīgi, priecājos.
TVNet Sandis, briesmīgi, smaidiņš.
Laima, daudz skaistā, lai uzvar labākais.
Delfi Žanis, nepatīk neviena ēka, kaut kāds kubisms, apsēstība.
Kārlis, jūtams mērogs un izdoma.
Alise, liels klucis bez sajūtām.
Liene, brīnišķīgi, elegance un atturība.
Ēvalds, vairāk līdzinās benzīntankam un it nemaz neatgādina saurupmāju, manuprāt, ļoti neveiksmīgi.
Madara. Mums apkaimē dzīvojošajiem ļoti patīk. Baudām. Paldies arhitektiem par darbu.
Brigita, kāda baismīga čupa. Pēteris, skaisti būs tikai pirmie 2 līdz 3 gadi. Zigmārs, prasās vismaz pēc vīnstīgām, ja ne buldozera. Margarita, atvainojiet, bet tie noskūtie stādījumi jau sen krīt uz nerviem. Juris, reti neveiksmīgas proporcijas. Kur projektējāt? Minecraftā?
Paldies, tautas viedoklis ir uzklausīts.
Paldies.
Es domāju, paklausīsimies Kaspara viedokli.
Paklausīsimies Kaspara Kurdeko. Kaspars Gurdeko.
Paldies. Bet viena atbildes jautājumu, kas paliks pēc mums, gan ir skaidra. Nākamās paaudzes. Pasniegt savu balvu aicinām izglītības projekta skolnieks, pētnieks, pilsētnieks, pārstāvjus.
Lūdzu, sagaidām uz skatuves.
Labvakar, kolēģi, viesi. Es vēlētos pateikt paldies skolnieks, pētnieks, pilsētnieks Saimei par iespēju piedalīties šajā izglītojošā projektā, kur veselu mācību gada garumā kopā ar jauniešiem mēs apguvām arhitektūras pamatprincipus. Pētījām un analizējām ārtelpu, iekštelpu, formu, spēlējāmies ar materiāliem un būvējām savu arhitektūru. Manuprāt, šis ir ļoti svarīgs izglītojošs projekts, kas palīdz mūsu jaunajai paaudzei iepazīt un apgūt, kas ir arhitektūra, kā tā rodas un cik tā ir daudz šķautņaina. Tātad, kā jau katru gadu, arī jauniešiem ir iespēja paust savu viedokli par arhitektūru, kas ir nemazāk svarīgs, jo mūsu radītā apkārtējā vide to mantos mūsu nākamās paaudzes. Jaunieši izvirzīja savus kritērijus, un pēc kuriem tika vērtēti šī gada finālisti. Favorīti mums bija vairāki, tomēr viens ieguva mazliet pārsvaru. Tagad mēs nosauksim kritērijus.
Tātad kritēriji bija, vai iedarās apkārtējā vidē, liederība, tātad vai ir ērts, vai ir drošs un nozīmīgums. Tad arī kritērija oriģinalitāte, arī skaistums un forma. Tad arī vērtējām dabai draudzīgu un otraizlietojumu. Paldies!
Paldies!
Un bērnu balvu arhitektūra zirni ir saņēmuši Sijā Made arhitekti Dailes teātra priekšlaukums.
Lūdzu, autors uz skatuves.
Paldies bērniem, patiesi prieks īstenībā ikdienā vērot, kā to laukumu lieto un viennozīmīgi redzēt, kā bērni skraida pa betonu malām apkārt un priecājas par to vidi. Tā kā paldies jums par novērtējumu.
Paldies.
Savas specbalvas ieguvēju izvēlējies arī portāls Delfi, un to aicinām pasniegt Delfi mārketinga vadītāju Elisi Bikovu.
Labvakar, dāmas un kungi. Šogad, kad mēs saņēmām nominantu sarakstu, mēs nonācām patiešām sarežģītā situācijā. Un nevien tādēļ, ka tajā bija atrodami patiešām burvīgi darbi projekti, bet arī tādēļ, ka līdz šim šo lēmumu parasti mūsu vietā pieņēma mūsu auditorija jau ierastajā Delfi auditorijas balsojumā. Bet tā nu tas sakrita, ka brīdī, kad šim balsojumam vajadzēja norisināties,
mums pašiem notika ļoti būtiski portāla arhitektūras un dizaina uzlabošanas darbi, procesi. Un tādēļ mēs nevarējām saņemt mūsu auditorijas balsis, mūsu jau ierastajās digitālajās balsošanas kastītēs. Un tad mums šis lēmums bija jāpieņem pašiem, un es teikšu, tas tiešām nebija viegls. Mēs gājām cauri visiem nominantiem, un iespējams, ka visu šo te apstākļu sakritības dēļ mūsu sirdīs iekrita viens projekts, kurš ir, vēl līdz galam nepabeigts, bet ar milzīgu potenciālu. Tādēļ, ka mūsuprāt, šīs projekts ir ļoti lielisks piemērs tam, kā atrast risinājumu situācijā, kurā šķietami tas nav iespējams, tas nav atrodams. Un tāpat mums šķiet, ka šīs projekts ir burvīgs piemērs tam, kā ļoti īsā laika posmā ar ierobežotiem resursiem un tādiem, kas ir jau pašiem esoši, ļoti, teiksim, tādā sākotnēji šķietami nepiemērotā vietā radīt jaunu telpu tik komplicētai mākslai kā teātris. Turklāt vēl ar šo projektu iekļūt arhitektūras gada balvas nominantu sarakstā. Sveicu Valmieras Kurtuve un šī projekta komandu.
Urā!
Nedaudz pateikt paldies Delfiem, un paldies Delfiem, ka jums ir komentāru sadaļa. Savādāk daudzi valsts portāli ir aiztaisījuši šo cietu, un vairāk nav ko lasīt. Tā kā paldies!
Paldies!
Paldies Kurtuvei, paldies, ka jūs mūs arī pamanījāt. Un jā, tad pieminētais mazais budžets, protams, ir apmēram mēs tā pareiķinājām, ka 1% no citu kultūras būvju budžeta, par tādu 1% mēs esam izveidojuši vienu teātri, tā kā tas ir iespējams. Paldies!
Paldies jums! Jā, turpināsim. Pasniegt dzīves stila, arhitektūras un dizaina žurnāla Dekos pēc balvu uz skatuves aicinām žurnālisti Veroniku Viļumu.
Labvakar visiem! Pirmkārt, man ir ļoti liels prieks šeit atrasties, un es vēlos Deko redakcijas vārdā teikt lielu paldies Latvijas Arhitektūras gada balvas rīkotājiem, Latvijas Arhitektu savienībai par to, ka mēs šeit varam pulcēties un ka Deko ir iespēja jau 2. gadu pasniegt arī savu speciālu balvu. Mēs, un kas vēl ir nozīmības vērts, un kāpēc ir vērts pateikt sirsnīgu paldies šim konkursam, ka tas ļoti atvieglo arī redakcijas darbu vienmēr, jo tas ir par vismaz konkrētu skaitu objektu, vienmēr ir skaidrs, ka par tiem noteikti būs jāuzraksta. Tā kā paldies par to. Un šī speciāla balva ir publikācija Deko žurnālā un iespēja sarīkot fotosesiju, respektīvi skaistās fotogrāfijās iemūžināt kādu no pašu izvēlētajiem objektiem, no saviem radītajiem darbiem. Ar žurnālu ir tā, ka mums ir tā laime bieži vien viesoties dažādos namos, ciemos pie dažādiem cilvēkiem, un tas jautājums, ko mēs gandrīz vienmēr uzdodam, ir, kas jums rada šo māju sajūtu, kas ir tas, kas jūs konkrētajā vidē liek justies labi. Un tās atbildes ļoti bieži ir, teiksim, svaigs gaiss, kārtība, tā funkcionalitāte, ka visas lietas ir savās vietās, gaisma. Mums raksturīgi ļoti bieži atbilde ir arī koks. Un tagad, kad par gribot, negribot, pēc pandēmijas daudz no mums ir atgriezušies savās darba vietās un pavada tur tikpat daudz laika kā mājās un reizēm, ja ne vēl vairāk. Mēs ticam, ka šīs īpašības, šīs sajūtas ir ļoti, ļoti svarīgas arī darba vidē, tāpat kā mājās. Un mēs ļoti gribētu piešķirt šo speciālu balvu komandai, kam rūp vides nekaitīgums, tādas vides radīšana, kurā ir pozitīvas sajūtas, cilvēkam draudzīgas un videi draudzīgas. Un Deko speciāla balva ir par biroju ēku līdzumā Made arhitektiem.
Paldies. Es tagad domāju, ko tagad pateikt, kas varētu atbilst. Varbūt tā izglītojoši par šo telpu kvalitāti ir tāds anglisks termins zero VOC, kas nozīmē, ka nav toksisku izgarojumu. Mēs to neredzam, bet mēs to visu laiku elpojam. Tā kā tas ir tāds moments, kas neredzamais arhitekta uzdevums. Paldies!
Paldies!
Pasniegt savus pēcbalvus skatuves aicinām krāsu un košuma pavēlniekus zīmola Tikurila tirdzniecības pārstāvi Maiju Laimiņu un mārketinga vadītāju Ilzi Zālīti.
Labvakar, cienījumā arhitekta auditorija. Šis Tikurila ir pirmais gads, kad mēs esam pievienojušies jūsu apbalvošanas ceremonijai. Mēs esam ļoti lepni un pateicīgi, ka jūs esat uzņēmuši mūs savā pulkā. Jā, un mēs esam krāsu patrioti. Un savā ikdienas darbā mēs redzam, ka krāsa spēj piešķirt ne tikai dvēseli un individualitāti jaunām telpām, bet arī tādām vietām, lietām un interjera elementiem, kas jau kādu laiku ir mums godam kalpojuši. Un tāpēc Maija mazliet arī ieskicēs par mūsu apbalvojumu.
Labvakar. Ir gods pasniegt Tikurila Vivakolora simpātiju balvu, un to vēlamies sniegt arhitektu birojam AR4 projekts Mārupes mūzikas un mākslas skola.
Mārupes mūzikas un mākslas skola aicinām autorus uz skatuves.
Kamēr Andris nāk, gribu pateikt, prieks, ka projekts ir ievērots, novērtēts, virzīts un novēlam neapstāties un nākotnē daudzus, radošus, veiksmīgus un jaudīgus projektus, kurus ietērpt krāsās. Lai viss izdodas un lai ir turpinājumi.
Paldies jums par tehnisku atbalstu ikdienā un par dāvanu. Paldies!
Paldies!
Paldies.
ēkas logi sniedz vitāli nepieciešamo tās iedzīvotājiem svaigu gaisu, dienas gaismu un arī atspulgu, kad par rokai nav spoguļa. Uz skatuves aicinām VELUX Baltijas ģenerāldirektoru Dmitriju Astašonuku.
Labvakar! Kad jūs domājat par savām mājām, jūs domājat par fizisko māju, vai jūs domājat par sajūtām, kādas jums asociējas ar to māju, kad jūs tur esat? Tā var būt, sajūtas var būt arī īstenībā diezgan liela daļa no jūsu labsajūtas, būt jums kā cilvēks, un justies tur droši, un justies kā māja, kur jūs dzīvojat, lai to labāk sajust. 90% no mūsu laika mēs pavadām iekštelpas. Winston Churchills teica, mēs formējam ēkas, un pēc tam tie formē mūs. Globāli 1/3 no enerģijas patēriņa un CO2 emisijām nāk no būvniecības industrijas. Un katra ēka ir kā ekosistēma, kur ir sienas, ir jumts, ir konstrukcija, ir logi, un tie veido 80% no visam emisijām, ko ēka saražo savu dzīves ciklā. Un, lai virzieties ilgspējīgas virzienā, ir svarīgi, protams, vērst uzmanību, kā ēku padarīt ilgspējīgu un samazināt CO2 emisijas, un tad skatīties un to ēkas aploksni. Un tas arī ir pierādīts reālajos eksperimentus. Mēs cilvēki principā esam radīti dzīvot savam 24/7. Ja? Un VELUXā mēs bieži sakam, ka labs iekštelpu klimats ir īstenībā tāds, ka iekštelpas mēs jūtamies tikpat labi kā ārā foršā vasaras dienā. Un šodien mūsu īpašu balvu no VELUX mēs gribam dot projektam, kurš mūsuprāt ir spējis dod iespēju justies un būt savienotiem ar dabu un āru visdažādākas dzīves situācijas. Un īpašu balvu gribam dot doktora Mauriņa klīnikai un Didriksons arhitekti. Apsveicam!
Paldies, ļoti negaidīts. Bet tik tiešām ir viens tāds pierādījums, ka cilvēki, piemēram, slimnīcas spārnā, kur ir vairāk gaismas, parasti tas ir pret rītiem, izveseļojas ātrāk nekā ziemeļpusē, vai kur ir maz logi. Un ir ļoti daudz zināšanas, kuras patiesībā mums arhitektiem vajadzētu likt lietā. Mēs esam tie starpnieki starp šīm zināšanām un cilvēkiem, kuriem mēs tās mājas taisam. Paldies!
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 Paldies atbalstītājiem par īpašajiem sveicieniem un balvām.
Ņemot vērā ceremonijas ritmu, šeit iedarētos neliels pārtraukums, bet to mēs nevaram atļauties.
Ne tikai bīstoties no tā, cik daudz laika vispār mums vēl ir atvēlēts, bet arī tāpēc, ka mēs baidāmies jūs pazaudēt otrpus ielai Zanes Teteres veidotajās labierīcībās, kas nodēvētas par skaistākajām Baltijā.
Tālūk. Savukārt šī vakara svinību vietā pagājušajā gadsimtā ir bijusi iela, kas tagad, sadarbojoties Zanei Teterei un Reinim Liepiņam, transformējas par jaunu vietu Rīgas kultūra kartē.
57. gadā būvētās kolonas un jumts šodien iedveš sakrāles telpas sajūtu. Atliek to izmantot, lai lūgtu vēlnišķīgās birokrātijas institūcijas netraucēt projekta tālāko attīstību.
Un lai šai ielā vienmēr skan mūzika un ļaužu balsis, Kaspars Gurdeko ar kompozīciju Iela numur 3.
Kaspars Gurdeko, dāmas un kungi.
Straujiem soļiem esam pietuvojušies ceremonijas noslēgumam.
Laiks patiešām skrien, es pat teiktu lido. Latvijas Arhitektu savienība nākamgad svinēs jau 100. gada dienu.
Anta, mierīgāk tu jau domā par nākamajiem svētkiem, kamēr mēs vēl neesam noslēguši šos?
Jā, labi. Tev taisnība. Pienācis laiks šī vakara svarīgākajam notikumam šī gada arhitektūras balvas laureātu paziņošanai. Arī šogad fināla žūrijas sastāvā darbojās prestiži ārzemju profesionāļi, kurus ar lielu prieku šovakar sveicam šeit. Lietuviešu arhitekts un arhitektu biroja Audrijus Ambrasis arhitekts dibinātājs un vadītājs. Audrijus Ambrasis.
Arhitekts, pilsētplānotājs un dizaina studijas Tenten līdzdibinātājs Berts Gelings.
Un Briseles galvaspilsētas reģiona būvniecības meistars un galvenais arhitekts Kristians Borets.
Ārzemju žūrijas komisija, kā allaž, apmeklēja visus nominētos projektus, lai izraudzītos tos, kuri izgaismojušies īpaši spoži.
Dabai un arhitektūrai ir daudz kopīga. Arhitektūrai ir jāmāk pielāgoties dabas straujajām pārmaiņām. Jāiemīsto sevi gan funkcionālās, gan estētiskās vērtības.
Jāapvieno zinātne un māksla, pagātne un tagadne.
Izcila arhitektūra ļaujas gan siltiem saules glāstiem, gan tādiem skarbiem vēja sitieniem.
Jā, tā ir tiesa, ka nezinām un nevaram paredzēt, kas notiks nākotnē.
Jā, varbūt nemaz tik tālā nākotnē mūs sagaida apokaliptiskas beigas, kur arhitektūras galvenais izējmateriāls būs plasmasa un arhitekti būs spiesti ģērbties spilgti zeltainās drēbēs.
Jā, bet vismaz pagaidām apvienojot intelektu un intuīciju, arī šeit pie mums laika pa laikam top arhitektūra, kas ar savu posmi vieš cerības par nākotni.
Jā, bet tagad gan dosim vārdu Bertam Gelinsam.
Dear representative of the ministry, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends of architecture. It was an honor for us, the international jury, Audrius, Christian and me, to be able to come here, to visit all the sites, to cross the country from east to west, to visit the projects, talk to the architects, feel the spaces, see the colors, feel the textures, even smell the buildings. The topic of this award was honest ambition, and the chairman of the jury explained us that the award has the intention to stimulate practices that are sensible to social, environmental, and aesthetical concerns. In that sense, the awards are to be seen, on the one hand, as a celebration of projects that have been realized, but also as a way to stimulate current practices in the future. As international jury members, we felt a great responsibility to make the choices accordingly. The diversity of projects visited was big, but the choices of the international jury were unanimous, without the slightest doubt. We selected 2 awards, 1 special mention, and the Grand Prix. I won't be bothering you any longer with many words, and I'm going to open the first envelope. And the first award goes to a building that proves the great architectural ambition can also be realized far away from the cultural hotspots of Riga. Given the economic activities of the commissioner, the choice for a timber construction might at first glance seem an evident choice. But during our visit and the conversation with the architect, we realized that the team of architects, engineers, and the contractor managed to lift the initial ambitions of the client to an excellent level. Apart from being a correct, functional, and flexible working space that meets high standards in terms of energy consumption, the building works as a horizontal social integrator, bringing different staff members from boardrooms and the work floor together in the canteen and the exterior galleries where people can meet in an informal setting. The designers proved that fundamental architectural choices can play a decisive role in reducing carbon emissions and the creation of a healthy living environment by conceiving the building as a living metabolism that can breathe in and out through the pores of its skin without complex machines. And last, that even within a context of strong budgetary restrictions, one can create spaces with highly appreciated aesthetical qualities, a true celebration of sensory experiences of light, colors, textures, and smell. Ladies and gentlemen, the first award goes to the timber office building in Līdz by Made Architect.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate this, and how to say, we were amazed by the situation when we go far away from Riga, in a small area, and we find a client that's really supplying a main furniture seller like IKEA. And we find that he's really knows what's going on in the world. So maybe this is a kind of contradiction that in Riga we lack this kind of understanding, and we go away. In Līdz, you find a really contemporary thinking client. Thank you very much, client.
Paldies. Paldies. Laiks nosaukt otro laureātu. To paziņos Audrijus Ambrasis. Lūdzu, lūdzu, lūdzu.
At first glance, of course, it's a strange view. Big windows in the street, behind which you see people making medicine in a super clean environment. But why not? In the city, we lay ground floors that contribute to the urban life in the public space. However, housing is not always a good fit. There are already enough offices, and we can never fill everything with shops and bars. So a fine choice here to showcase the back office of a pharmacy that way. Let's not hide manufacturing activity. This is people who make things or push it away to the outskirts of the city. Manufacturing also has a right to a place in the city, and it also deserves good architecture. In any case, here pharmacy workers no longer have to work in the cellar, but they have daylight and beautiful space. Because the architect has designed this project with a lot of care and created a very consistent design that goes beyond just interior decoration. The jury appreciated not only the elegance of the design, but also the way of dealing with the interior that has heritage value. All the decorative moldings of the plasterworks are preserved and visible, but protected by wrapping in transparent stretch ceiling material for hygiene reasons. The entire design is well thought out and finally detailed. We often see with heritage elements and extremely prudent or too modest approach. Here the architecture is very respectful, but also extremely bold. So bravo for the architects who succeed in combining being respectful and bold. The pharmacy, whose exact name?
Lūdzam, sagaidām balvas ieguvēja zāļu pagatavošanas nodaļa Sijā Mūd.
Basically, when the client came to us, he was coming with the new concept that bringing out this pharmacy work to the more to the public, and the biggest challenge actually for us was to get all that function together, make it working together, and then move it to the front of the 5 huge windows on the Brīvības Street. And yeah, we had a lot of discussions, a lot of teamwork, and it was actually, yeah, the biggest thing was the team, which was connecting each small thing together, and in the end, a lot of time spending in the building site, we managed to do it all together.
Yeah, and thank you very much for the jury that you saw those things what we were struggling with, and the project was successfully managed, and we managed to do that. And very big thanks for our client, who was, let's say, he was innovative, and they were very brave to do such things in a new way, let's say that. Thank you.
Paldies.
Apsveicam.
Arī šogad starptautiskā žūrija izvēlēsies finālistu, kam piešķir žūrijas speciālo atzinību.
Good evening. I guess you want me to reveal the Grand Prix, but one more moment. Because I have to explain you one more decision of the jury, namely the award of a special mention. Good architecture is not created by a good architect alone. We are all architects here. We should confess sometimes it's not just about us. It's also about the client and the end user and the public administration who supervises the project and gives a building permit, not to mention all of the contractors later in the process. And this interplay between many actors, that's what we want to highlight with the project for the temporary theater in Valmiera by Sudraba Architects. So the real theater has been closed for repairs, and in the meantime, a temporary theater has been set up in a former boiler house from the 1970s. And we as a jury, we really appreciated how in Valmiera several persons realized that something had to be done while waiting for the new theater. Something had to be done to keep the joy of going to the theater alive. And what a smart choice to take this building. At first sight, it's an anonymous building, not to say an ugly building, but it's very well in the center, very close to the existing theater, and thus an excellent location. It is a utilitarian building, for sure. It's not an architectural beauty. And also from a period when brutal interventions happened in the city, so it's not a pretty memory either. And yet, we think that even such banal buildings can be revalued and given new meaning without having to be demolished, because that would be not sustainable at all. Adaptive reuse, that is preserving buildings by transforming them, is for us the future of urban development, and the project is a proof of this. It went super fast, in 2 months, and so the rules of public procurement might have been treated rather loosely here and there. So what can do better next time? But please, next time, keep the enthusiasm and sharpness in the interplay between the municipality, the user, and the architect.
Žūrijas speciālo atzinību saņem Valmieras kurtuves Sijā Sudraba Arhitektūra.
Aicinām autors uz skatuves.
Pasūtītāju vārdā liels paldies par teātra pamanīšanu, un laikmetīgā telpa kurtuve ar teātri ir iesākusi kurināt, kā mēs sakam, gara un kultūras maizi Latvijā. Brauciet ciemos uz Valmieru, uz Valmieras teātri, un paldies par līdzinējo sadarbību Sudraba Arhitektūrai.
Arhitektūra ir process, un paldies žūrijai un paldies kolēģiem, kas to novērtē. Un arhitektūra ir process tanī brīdī, kad visi iesaistītie sadarbojas un iet uz vienu mērķi. Lai arī citi varētu teikt, ka tas nav iespējams, bet mēs visi ejam uz vienu mērķi, un tas ir iespējams.
Mazo pēdējo teikumu, brauciet uz Valmieru, kamēr ir biļetes. Paldies.
Paldies. Un nu, vakara satraucošākais brīdis. Lūksim atklāt Latvijas Arhitektūras lielās gada balvas ieguvēju.
As you all know, cities are not made of buildings. They are made of buildings and public space and people. In a jury like this jury, we think that it is important that architects make good buildings, but also that they care about how people can make good use of good public space. And that has been done in an exemplary way in this project by Mada Architects. The redesigned square is living again now because the walkways are now more comfortable for pedestrians, but also because there are quiet places to sit. Previously, the square had stairs, and these have now been replaced by a slope. That was a difficult decision, but in our opinion, it was the right one. As a result, the square is now easily accessible and low threshold, really inclusive, whereas before it was more representative, and in fact it kept people at a distance. Now the square shows that it wants to glide in the urban fabric around. Nature in the city here was also given attention, as existing trees were preserved with precise care and new large trees were added. And rainwater is used to maintain this nature in the city in the face of the challenges of climate change. Finally, all this was designed by the architects with great sensitivity to the essential force of the modernist design around the theater building by Marta Stania. It's a great example of how to improve the city, not by doing everything completely over and over again, but by adapting the city to the needs of today in continuity with the existing. It's the same, but different and better. Congratulations.
Tātad Latvijas Arhitektūras lielo gada balvu saņem, ja kāds neskatījās ekrānā, Sijā Madē arhitekti. Apsveicam!
Liels jums paldies par aplausiem. Jāatzīst, ka gandarījums par izdarīto mums pašiem jau ir jau ļoti liels. Mēs katru reizi, kad ejam caur skvēru, mēs redzam, kā cilvēki to lieto. Un mēs smaidām, tāpēc, ka tas nozīmē, ka šīs līnijas un šie lēmumi ir darījuši cilvēkus priecīgākus. Un, es jau teicu lielu paldies. Te ir pārsvarā šī te komanda. Ir vēl cilvēki arī zālē. Ir cilvēki, kas varbūt nav atnākuši, ir inženieri, ir ļoti daudz dažādi speciālisti, kas bija jāpiesaist. Un, es vēl varu tikai atkārtoties, ka šāds publisks visiem lietojams objekts ir ārkārtīgi riskants, tāpēc, ka jebkuram ir viedoklis par to, jebkurš to var kritizēt, un teiksim, Rīga šajā un arī valsts birokrātiskajā sistēmā ir ļoti daudz cilvēku, kas var šo arī norakstīt. Un mums kaut kā paveicās. Mēs esam laimīgi tieši par to, ka šajā sistēmā bija cilvēki konkrēti, kas nenorakstīja projektu, kas pacentās pieņemt tādus lēmumus, ka mēs varējām to novest līdz galam. Tā kā es esmu ļoti pateicīgs visiem šiem cilvēkiem, kas viņi to zina. Liels jums paldies! Tiekamies laukumā!
Paldies! Vēlreiz sakām lielu paldies atlases un fināla žūrijai. Paldies!
Un ar to arī Latvijas Arhitektūras gada balvas ceremonijas svinīgā daļa ir noslēgusies.
Taču patīkamākais tikai vēl priekšā. Mēs jūs aicinām uz afterpartiju Saules aptumsums. Ķermeniskās slāpes veldzēsim bārā, bet garīgās kopā ar DJ Visvaldi ieplūstot godīgā dekadencē un pasaules džezā.
Bet vēl pirms slāpes tiek veldzētas, lūgsim laureātus plūst uz skatuves un vienoties kopīgā fotografijā. Lūdzu,
Paldies
nāciet.
visiem.
Paldies! Priecīgus svētkus!